Rodniks are humming in the dead of the night. Electric bills climbing, ain't feeling right. Hash rates dropping, profits thin as air. I'm digging for gold, but there's none down there. I got the crypto mining blues, feeling like I just can't choose. But there's a spark in the AI glow. Rent my computer, let the profits grow. Once I was king with my GPUs, now I'm stuck paying the power dues. Every coin I mine feels heavier than lead, but I hear whispers of a future ahead. I got the crypto mining blues, feeling like I just can't lose. Switch my power to the AI flow, turn this burden into a glow. I see the light, it's flickering on. AI's calling my machines to respond. No more digging in the blockchain dirt. This pivot might just heal the hurt. I got the crypto mining blues, but I'm stepping in brand new shoes. The AI train's on a steady roll, gonna recompute and regain control.
I was digging deep in the digital ground, hoping for treasure, but nothing was found. The rigs were buzzing, the heat was real, electric bills biting like a thief who steals. Crypto mining blues got me feeling low. The profits are gone, where did they go? But there's a light shining through the haze. Renting compute might just save my day. I stacked up GPUs, thought I'd strike it rich, but the market's a beast with a wicked glitch. Hash rates climbing, rewards falling flat. Chasing that coin, I'm chasing a cat. Crypto mining blues got me feeling low. The profits are gone, where did they go? But there's a light shining through the haze. Renting compute might just save my day. AI knocking, it's a brand new game, whispering sweet that it knows my name. Ran out the power, let it learn and dream. A smarter hustle, a brand new scheme. Now my GPUs hum a different tune, training models under the cyber moon. No more digging, no more feudal race, just AI visions lighting up the space. Crypto mining blues got me feeling low. The profits are gone, where did they go? But there's a light shining through the haze. Renting compute might just save my days. Now my GPUs hum a different tune, training models under the cyber moon. No more digging, visions lighten up the space.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Voltage Drop. Good to see you guys. Appreciate you guys being here. Hope you guys all had a great Thanksgiving. I know I had a nice relaxing one, which was nice. It was just actually me and my wife here for Thanksgiving. We celebrated Thanksgiving with my wife's family a few weeks ago when her sister was in town and my son was in town. So just the two of us. And then we had some fun things to do on Friday. Went out to dinner with some friends of hers, and yeah, and then we met up with my daughter in the evening and had a nice dinner with her. So yeah, it's been a good weekend so far. Today's been pretty relaxing. I'll talk a little bit about what I have been doing today. I put it in the title, so you'll see what I've been doing, but I've done this before, but I never really talked about it. And I think people don't really think about doing it. Like, oh, it's too much trouble. It's not really that much trouble, but that's doing price matching. And I don't mean like going to a different store and price matching a different store. I mean price matching within the same store. And most retailers, except for Amazon actually, make it pretty darn easy. But there's still a way to do it at Amazon, and I'll talk about that tonight as well. And I might have a few guests here in a little while. But yeah, let's before we get too far into it, let's take a look at what the markets are doing. Sorry, I kind of got away from things here. Forgot to set up my screen. Give me 1 second. I am going to take that out. Come on. How did it do that? Dang it. Dang it. That's right. We can take this out so I don't really need this anymore. I will do that. And then I will do... Whoop. There we go. All right. Let me share my screen. Well, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all. You know, I had this problem the other day too. Like it didn't want to show the screen. Let me, oh, you know what? It's because, give me 1 second. I messed with this screen. I forgot. I think if I do that, there we go. Now why this is like where it is, I need to, I think I just need to resize that. It's like, what the heck? Give me 1 second while I fix this. I do not know why it is like that, but... Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Oh, I'm looking at the... Oh, shoot. Let's do Control Z, Control Z. There we go. It's the Alt key. And let's do that. And then let's do that. Close enough. Anyway. All right. Let me do a little squeezing on the sides here since I don't need to be that big. Come on. Go back. There we go. I guess that is the right. Okay. All righty. So what do we got here? Hey, Bitcoin's back over 91,000. Not bad. That's kind of surprising. I didn't realize that was going to be the case. Let's see. Ethereum is over 3,000. I heard that it was over 3,000. I got an alert when that happened. Let's see. What else do we got here? Solana, still under 140. That kind of hurts. Kind of hurts. You got Cardano. It's barely above 40 cents. Yeah, some of these ones down here are still not looking all that great. Zcash still doing okay. It certainly has moved up the chart, that's for sure. Monero's doing okay, obviously. Litecoin, holding steady, I guess. I guess I'm curious what you guys think is going to happen next. You guys think that the markets are going to go up from here towards at least the end of the year and maybe into the first quarter next year? kind of curious because it's typically when, I mean, if we take AI out of things, the markets are not even the market, the economy is not doing well. I mean, the AI economy is accounting for, I've heard it reported, about 50% of the entire economy right now. The rest of the economy not doing well. So yeah. Now, is that going to change anytime soon? I don't think so, but it's something to be aware of. And obviously, if it's doing that, then there's still going to be more layoffs most likely. So curious to see how the Fed responds. If we start getting into quantitative easing, I know the rest of the world kind of already is. There's a lot of liquidity out there. The shutdown really screwed things up from a liquidity perspective. So that, since that's done, that should be a positive. So I don't know. I think that there's more tailwinds than there are headwinds right now. That's kind of what I'm thinking. With some of this good news, we've seen stability after the good news, but not, a big uptick, I guess. So I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that as we head to the end of the year, we'll either trade sideways or go up. I don't think we're going to go down further. Going into next year, depending on the news, we'll have to wait and see. But I think I look at it as it's not going to get any worse going into the end of the year. I'm just a guy on the internet, so don't take my word for it. This is not financial advice, but that's kind of where I'm at in what I think at this point. So I don't know. We'll see. Let's see what else we got down here. Polkadot at 226. Bid tensor under 300. That's tempting. This thing went up when everything else was going down. It was up over 400. And I traded a little bit with that. I now have a buy-in at 250. I don't think it's going to get down that low. So I'm kind of debating on whether to increase my buy. It was a little bit more than a coffee buy, obviously at 250, but I did put in a relatively small buy of like 2 tensor, so it was only like a $500 buy at 250. So I don't know, kind of debating on what to do with that one. Let's see, what else do we got? Caspa at 5.7. I mean, it was down, I think, below 3. Oh, not below 3, below 4. I know I bought it when it was below 5, and I sold it when it was just above 5, so I missed out on some of that, but still made a profit on it. And let's see. I'm not logged in, so I'm not looking at, I don't know, what do you guys want me to look up? Jupiter at 25 cents. Ugh. I was hoping to sell this when it got back to $1. I'm still hoping that'll be the case. Let's see. Artificial and Super Intelligence Alliance at 26 cents. That one has been very disappointing. I thought it was going to do better over time, and it's kind of been one of my worst holdings, honestly. Yeah, anyway. All right, let me check the chat and see who is here tonight. We have Frogman, who is first. Automatic Beats. Crypto Mikel, good to see you, sir. Black Hat Team. Hiram 763. Howdy. Integra Guy. He is at his parents' house in Tennessee. Decided to stay today and not travel back. Seems like a good amount of snow everyone got. Yeah, that was a good call. That was a very good call, because pretty much you get into just central Illinois and you got snow, and you will get snow all the way home. So I think that is a good idea. So yeah, right now we've gotten about 7 inches of snow so far, beating the record by a long shot. I mean, November, we barely get any snow, and we already have 7 inches today. The record was 3. So yeah, we got a lot of snow. And we have more coming. We may get close to a foot. A foot of snow in November is absolutely unheard of in Northern Illinois. So, but yeah. Yusuf Puts, welcome. Crazy DJ K, good evening to you as well. Appreciate you not lurking. Jay Styles, good to see you, sir. Let's see. Watch for January 15th. What's supposed to be on January 15th? I'll take that little bit of clickbait. See if that J.O. Morgan hit piece on MSTR has legs. Oh, I mean, obviously, I don't know specifically what that said. I know that there was, if Bitcoin goes down to a certain level, that it could trigger some liquidations, but I don't think it's going to get much lower. It is interesting, though, and maybe this is what this is referring to, is their preferred shares had certain like outs. And so I'm curious if that's what that's regarding. If it is, it definitely has legs. But we'll see how many people take advantage of those outs if that's the case. I don't remember what the dates were for the outs, but it could be interesting, that's for sure. I'll have to look into that. Thanks for letting me know. Looks like Neptune Cash is taking a dump due to Neptune privacy coin fork thing. I don't know. You know anything? No, I don't know anything. I haven't really been keeping track much on crypto. Just main tokens, price trends, that type of thing. Haven't really been doing any crypto mining, although I was thinking about looking into it again, because right now my 84090 rig is not rented at all. Not even a single 4090 on that. All my other 4090s are rented, just that one rig, which seems a little weird to me, but being that it's the Thanksgiving weekend, I'm going to give it until next week before I start asking them, hey, what's going on here? Because it's definitely priced aggressively. So, yeah. But still doing okay. More 5090s are rented, including one of my unverified ones, although the unverified price is nowhere near what the verified price is what it is. Rizzo529, good to see you. Nicole F9H, good to see you. K-Shot B P8erd in Kenosha. We are at 11 inches and still going. Yeah, we're getting hammered in this area. That's for sure. That's for sure. But Wisconsin always gets more snow than us because you're a little bit further north, and I don't know why, but I think because we're on like the south end of the lake, that it's only the south and the south east that generally get hammered by lake effect. But yeah, either way, we're getting hammered with snow tonight. But yeah, let me get rid of this. There we go. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about what I plan on talking about tonight. So today I was just kind of like looking around, and I don't even remember how I found it. I don't know if BH Photo actually sent it to me or what, but I figured out I just got this brand new Lenovo Legion 5i laptop, and thought I got a great deal on it, which I did. Compared to everything else on the market, has 32 gig of RAM. That was a non-starter. It had to have at least 32 gig of RAM for me. It has a 5060 in it, which is good enough for what I'm trying to do with it. And probably could have done without it, but it does help, especially if I'm going to stream from it, because it'll still have an NVENC encoder in it. Anyway, it was $1149. Well, discovered today that it was $1099. So from BH Photo, I was like, okay, how do I go into their website? And let me see if I can. You know what? I am not in. Let me go in incognito mode. There we go. BH Photo, it's gonna make me verify. Oh, it didn't. Okay. Okay, good. So if Let me see what it does here, because obviously I'm not logged in. So I'm not sure if it's going to show it, but let's do Legion 5i. That's interesting. Never had to do that before, but makes sense. Oh my God, I just did it. All right, I guess I will just keep holding until it tells me otherwise. I'm still holding. I'm sure as soon as I move the mouse away, it's going to tell me it didn't work. Yep. Well, this stinks. That did a lot faster that time, though. Oh, my Lord. See how, like, now it's slow again? This is annoying. It will not do it. All right, fine. Then let's go here, which it's right here. So it should, yeah, here's it. So it's $10.99. So it was $11.49 when I bought it. And I believe I went up here to either live chat or help. I think I went to help. And anyway, there is a price match, pricing policy. There was something up here though, like you could actually just go straight into email. Here, let me do this. Contact you by email. Here we go. And then you select a topic and you go customer service, choose category, price adjustment on prior purchase. And obviously if I was in my account, I'd be able to select my order. So yeah, it says please log in to see previous orders, but basically it's already lined up here. So I've already put in my request. I haven't gotten a response yet because they have Sunday off or have Saturday off. So hopefully I will get a response tomorrow, but they have price protection. So I'm pretty sure that I will be able to get that. You know, that still looks really bad. Yeah, that's what it did. All right, hold on. I'm gonna fix this because like my face was all stretched out. That makes no sense. Now let's do. Oop. All right, that'll work. Good enough. That looks better. Anyway, so I went ahead and did that, but that got me thinking, like, wait a minute, what else did I buy that also has been that I bought previously during the month? Again, I bought this on Black Friday, and this was the Cyber Monday deal. So the Cyber Monday deal was better than the Black Friday deal. So it made me start really thinking. So I went through Micro Center. I didn't have anything there. And by the way, Micro Center's price matching is awesome. You do have to call, but when you call, they're like, yeah, I can take care of it right now. And it shows up right in your account, like right away. I've done 2 price matches with Micro Center. One where I actually went to the store. Now that was like over a year ago. So it may be different now where I wouldn't have had to do that. But at that time, I was going to the store to pick something up anyway, and then ask them if they would do a price match on all my previous purchases of that item. I was buying a Seasonic Prime 1600 watt power supply. I had bought the previous 3 at $400, which for a 1600 watt Prime is amazing. And they had lowered the price down to $330. So I was saving $700 on each of the previous 3 that I had bought because they were all within the previous 30 days. And then I was buying another one for $329. So that one really, I only had another $110 out of pocket in order to buy the 4th one. So that was pretty cool. And then more recently, what did I have? What was that on? Shoot, give me a second. I actually took pictures because I'm gonna do a video on this as well. Because I think people really should know, like, look, you don't, just because you bought something doesn't mean that you are necessarily locked into that price. You can take advantage of lower prices that come out as long as it's within the window, either your return window or the price match window set by the retailer. All right, let me look up. Where did I put that? I put it in downloads. Give me a second. Oh, that's right. It was on PNY 5090, and it lowered it from $24.99 down to $23.99. So I saved $100 there. That was from back in July, and that one was like really easy. I just called and they took care of it. So that was awesome. But again, it has to be within 30 days. I know it later on actually was even less than that, but yeah, that was beyond the price match window. Got to be limits. Now, so that's the way Micro Center works. And then I don't know the way Newegg works. I haven't looked at theirs because I haven't bought anything from them for quite a while. But Amazon doesn't really have a price match policy, believe it or not. They don't. So one thing, so I actually did some AI searches on it, and basically what they said was they don't have a policy, but you can do one of two things: return the product and buy it again, or you can, if it's not a third party, if it's straight from Amazon, you can open up a customer service ticket with them, and a lot of times they will figure out a way to basically refund, and because it obviously makes it easier on them. They don't have to process a physical refund if they just do a price match that way. But with a third party, they don't have the ability to do that. So my wife had bought a few things from a third party. It was $5 less per item, and so a savings of $10. And so we bought new ones, and we will return those new ones that we buy on the other items. And then I also had an item. I had a motherboard that I had purchased that was $24 less. And then I did same thing. Did a return on it, because it was really close to the price match window. It was like, October 31st. So I could still return it. So yeah, so I did a return and, bought a new one, and I'll just take that one that I haven't opened and actually just return it. So yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully, I don't remember. I don't know if I still have to return it within the 30-day window, even though I've just requested it. I don't know. That one might not go through. I might have to return the new one that I buy, just back at the lower price. I don't know. Not sure. That one was a little bit of a risk. But again, not really that risky because we're returning other things and going to the local Amazon Fresh store. So that's the other thing to keep in mind with Amazon. If you have a convenient way to return either a Kohl's or a Whole Foods or an Amazon Fresh, we have an Amazon Fresh a couple miles away. We shop there occasionally, so it's not really a big deal. Alrighty, that's been my big thing for today. Yeah, I like B&H a lot, Yusuf. Let me see. Let me go back and see what I missed in the chat. Let's see. Northeast Indiana, and we are around 6 inches so far. Giggity. See, this one, I don't think you guys are going to get hit quite as hard as you normally do, unless it's just later for you guys, maybe. Because sometimes it is. You guys just get hit later than we do. But right now we got a few more, at least an inch or two more than you guys do right now. J Style says it's funny how everyone was chasing 4090s because of King's luck, and now it's all 5090s as it always was going to be. Yeah, I will admit I'm kind of debating, like, well, nobody's renting that 8 GPU rig. Maybe it's time to just like shut it down and sell the 4090s and get 5090s to replace it. But getting that many 5090s at these prices, yeah, Not sure. I did buy an MSI AIO version of the 5090 because, again, less than 3 slots. I need one more for my Threadripper rig. So I've got that coming. That's probably going to come in a couple weeks, most likely. And I'll also need to get a ribbon cable, PCIe 5 riser cable. So we'll be buying one of those plus an additional power supply. I would actually, so Corsair has a 3,000 watt power supply coming out. That's going to be like $550. That's actually not bad. That's a really pretty good price for that size of a power supply. So I could pre-order it, but I'm just waiting to see when it actually comes out. So probably what I will do is I'll probably still power it with two power supplies instead of just one, but tempting to wait for that one. Let's see. Yusuf puts, Max, did you look into Taproot Bitcoin? Nope, did not. Was mining Neptune Cash as an idle job on Okta when my 5090s were not rented. It was paying the same, if not more than rental profits for a while, dude. It was awesome. Yeah, I know Neptune Cash was really good for quite a while. That's a nice spec Legion. Yeah, I mean, I was, for that price, I mean, I looked at it. First of all, I was looking at Lenovo's website to start, but yeah, they couldn't even touch that price. Plus, on the Lenovo website, you couldn't get the Legion 5i, which, by the way, comes with a 255HX. It's a 20-core processor in this thing. That was the other thing that attracted me to it. It was a better... I'm an AMD, you know, shiller, I guess you could say. I love AMD. But when I looked to see what the performance was of Intel, this Intel processor versus the comparable AMD, I'm like, you can't beat it. There's like an HS and an HX, and the HX are higher performing processors. And so yeah, like a 255HS only has 16 cores, 16 or 12 cores. I think it's 12 cores actually. And the HX has 20. So significantly stronger processor. Let's see. K-Shot 9000 fixed my name. We don't know why I did that. I'm not sure. Let's see. Dude, I rented so many rigs for the Midnight Scavenger mine. Think I sent like 1,000 USDC to Octaspace to rent 32 core plus CPUs, like a lot of them. It was smart. I tell people all the time, if you are into crypto and into crypto mining, if you have not joined Alpha Mind's Discord, you should. He was the one putting out that information. I missed it. But looking at everybody's Discord, that's the one guy that I saw that had it on his Discord. So he is not gatekeeping anything. So yeah, highly suggest you guys join Alpha Mind's Discord. Good evening, John Germain. Good to see you. Dakota Miner is here. Good to see you. Northern Crypto and Tech. Hello. Yeah, 3,000 watts. That's insane. What cracked me up was they're like, disclaimer, this can only work with 240 volts. Well, duh. I mean, I suppose that there's probably people that need that disclaimer, but I was like, well, of course you has to be. I mean, even a 20 amp circuit's not going to do 3,000 watts. Anyway, K-Shot, I tried to tell Panda. He told the chat I was promoting a scam, was way ahead of Alpha even. Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't know about it, I mean, we get so many scammers in our chats that are pushing coins that we've never heard of. And I'm guessing that Panda didn't recognize your ID. But hey, think about it this way. It was just better for you. Nobody was, Panda basically poo-pooed it, and so less people were on it and more for you. Yeah. Yeah, I knew what you were talking about Midnight. That's the Charles Hoskinson coin. Yeah. Yeah, most are definitely scams. So anyway, but that was the main thing I really wanted to talk about tonight was, hey, check your purchases, especially going into Cyber Monday. Cyber Monday possibly, not necessarily, but possibly could have lower prices if you bought anything on Black Friday. And again, if you bought anything else in November. Now, the only thing I didn't do, so I buy these drinks. It's Jacko Go. It has it's sweetened with monk fruit, so it basically has much less sucralose. It doesn't have any sucralose in it. Anyway, bottom line is, like, artificial sugars produce inflammation, and obviously I'm trying to reduce inflammation, so that's why I switched to something like this. Anyway, these things are normally like $32, I think, for this flavor. I guess orange isn't as in demand as like other things like iced tea with lemonade and things like that, but they were $20 for what normally goes for $32. So I was like, should I do a price match and then just like return it? And I'm like, no, don't do that. You've already consumed it. It's not meant for food. So I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. That to me is not ethical as far as I'm concerned, but I think we have a visitor. I think I will bring him in. Let's see if he's got his settings right. Let me know when you're ready, Crew Man. He's not looking at me yet, and his video just is kind of going in and out. I'm not even sure if he's listening to the stream. Give me a heads up. I'll wait until he gives me a look. I still see a green screen, so hold on. I'm going to switch over. Hold on. All right.
What up, dude?
Oh, yeah, there you are. Okay. And you guys can still hear me, right? Oh, wait a minute. You guys are hearing me doubled. There we go.
Can I get a green? Do you know how to get a green screen on this app, or am I boned?
I have no idea.
Yeah, well, forget it then. You can see the mess. That is my room.
Oh, the green looks nice. Hey, it's Christmas season. Green is okay.
Dude, I am so close to never needing a green screen again. So pumped. So what's going on? What I miss?
I was talking about price matching. So
Yo, there were some good deals this weekend.
There were.
Dude.
Well, I was just talking about this Legion laptop I just bought, which, by the way, guys, it's a great time to be buying a laptop. And here's the reason why. Because the manufacturers believed that there was going to be this huge demand for laptops with the switch over from, well, with Windows 10 going away, which didn't happen.
Oh, it's coming.
Oh, it may be, but it hasn't happened yet. And they're having overabundance of laptops. So to get this laptop with 32 gig of RAM, a 5060 GPU in it for $1,100 is pretty damn amazing. It's a Core 7 255HX
Sounds like the
processor in it.
perfect editing laptop on the road.
Exactly. Why do you think I got it?
So the cool thing is Hardware Canucks did a video where they compared laptop GPUs and desktop. And it's something that I'm passionate about because it's all a lie. Like the way the naming is the most bullshit.
Well, here's the thing.
But hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Finish?
You're probably going to say the same thing I was about to say.
The cool thing that I realized was the lower you get, like the 5050, 5060-ish, they're the same. And sometimes the laptop one is a little better.
So another cool thing about these is the fact that you can decide whether or not you want to use the GPU or use the integrated graphics. So you can actually choose to use either. But in this one, the 5060, that's the other thing that people don't realize is, well, great, this has a 5060 in it, but how much power is it being given? Because there's a lot of them out there that do power limit them to like 75 or 85 watts instead of the full TGP you can give it. This one gives it the full TGP.
No, but the cool thing is because it's such a weak GPU to begin with, right? The power limiting is okay. So when I
but it does affect performance.
No.
You
So-
see it in the
so-
tests.
So we'll check out Hardware Canucks. It's like basically the same on the low end, because when I needed to get a laptop for my first year at CES, my buddy was selling a 4090 laptop that was very lightly used, and I trusted him. So I was like, okay, I'll buy it off of you, but let me do some research. So I didn't know anything about laptop GPUs. Like, I knew they weren't as good as desktop, but what I didn't know is that certain companies will limit the wattage, right? So like there are multiple different 4090s, like MSI, for example, limited theirs. I don't remember the wattage number because it's been a while, but basically a laptop 4090 is equivalent to like a badly binned 4080 on the desktop,
Right. Yep.
Which is a pretty big difference. But
Yeah.
mine was so limited that what I basically had was a 3090 Ti when I ran the benchmarks and the tests. Now, to be fair, right, a 3090 Ti in a laptop, like a desktop 3090 Ti in a laptop,
Yeah,
pretty freaking good.
Yeah, exactly.
And it does everything I needed to do, but like I wish that it was more publicly acknowledged and people were more aware that like, yo, this 4090 laptop you have is not even the same as the one that the other guy has.
So yeah, I started really watching a YouTube channel called Just Josh.
Yeah, he's good with it. He's
I mean, he focuses on laptops. He does the same format. By the way, he exactly does what we all should do. Find a format that gets views and then just stick to that format.
Dude, look at all right. So my numbers this month, my tech channel, right? I have 127,000 views this month. By just doing me, by being me, talking about what I want to talk about. And like, I tend to do better with market analysis because like, I'm pretty proud of myself, but I'm really, really good at predicting the market. And I'm kind of screaming at everybody right now because I feel like a lot of tech tubers aren't giving this credit, but we are. Can I curse on this stream? Does it matter?
Give it a few minutes. We want to make sure we're a little bit further into the stream.
Okay. Well, we are royally boned, and we are going to hit a GPU shortage that's going to make 2021 look like a cakewalk.
Yeah. Did you by any chance see, what's his name? He did a video on like delays in the 6000 series as
Red
well
Gaming
as
Tech?
No, he was the person this guy referenced, but yes, that's where the information came from.
So him and I are friends.
I know you talked to him. Yeah.
So we had an hour long. So I don't know what I can say. I don't want to get him in trouble. We had an hour long conversation. And after that hour long conversation, I was terrified, utterly terrified. And I reached out to some people that I know that I can't really say much about. And they didn't give me anything concrete. It was just their opinion, right? Because nobody knows anything concrete. You're just asking people who know more than you their opinion, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And after talking to them, in the last week, I've bought 6 GPUs and I'm going to buy another 5 more. Like, I'm hoarding GPUs right now.
Yeah,
So I don't know if you follow my tech channel, but I did a video. We have 45 days until this market collapses.
I saw
it's smoke and mirrors right now because it looks incredibly good. And
I have a guy who is actually offering me like 7 motherboard combos from Intel 11600, and they all have at least 32 gig of RAM in them, and the other ones have like AMD 5800X.
What does he want for it?
I'm not going into that. But the thing is, he's got like 3 3090s, like 7 or 8 4060 Ti's. I don't know. I'm debating.
So listen,
obviously with how much it is, it's still a lot. It's a lot of money to part with right away.
Can we talk and maybe work something out? I'm a big.
We can definitely talk. But anyway,
because I missed out. Talk. I had a lead on a 4090 for 1500 and it fell through at the last minute. And
what happened? Did somebody else buy it?
I can tell you off camera. I don't feel comfortable saying it on the record.
Oh, that's fine.
I'll tell you what happened. And right now I really regret you know how you don't want to over push, right? And I never like, if I don't feel comfortable, even if it's a good deal, if I don't feel comfortable in the moment, I don't buy because the stress isn't worth it. Definitely regret skipping on that last 5090 Founders because I'd like one more, right?
They were for sale today, I found out. There was a drop at Best Buy. I missed it.
You'll never. But the thing is, you'll never get a drop at Best Buy. Nvidia.com are the drops you need.
You would think, but somebody else got one that was in.
Yeah, but you have no excuse. Every drop I get, I text you. I text you now.
I know.
I text you. You see this? You see this? This was $2,300. People still think I'm lying about it.
No. I can verify because remember, I thought about buying the $2,300 Tough because they had a Tough that was also, but that one was in my area. By the way, it's different for anybody that's like, no, I was looking at, I didn't see it. That's because there are different things that show up based upon where you are in the country.
No, these were shippable. They were everywhere.
I know they're shippable, but they still sometimes make them regional. I found that out.
All right, so
somebody's pointed out to me like, hey, this is an open box over here. I thought you might want to know about it. And then I look on mine, it's not there. I'm like, well, it must be gone. And they're like, no, I'm still seeing it. I'm like, well, I'm not. I'm like, well, it's shippable. I'm like, yeah. So sometimes it is still regional.
There are still deals, right? And I'm like I got a 3060 Ti a 5060 Ti 16 gig for $360 new.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was there. But yeah, I don't know. I think like I'm planning once my shed's done, I'm gonna be blowing you the F up because we're gonna set my vast farm up. We're gonna get it all set up. And I do want to talk about that later, but I do think if it's okay, we should still like tell your viewers how royally screwed everybody is right now.
Yeah. I mean, what's interesting is, so I was looking at like, okay, if I needed to get a computer right now, what would I do? I'd buy a mini
on that
PC.
today.
What was that?
I did a video on that today.
Oh, I was gonna say I'd buy a mini PC.
So right now they're okay, but there are still deals. Like there was this Newegg deal. Here, I'm gonna see if I can find this for you. Go on Discord, check this out. It's a B650 motherboard with.
And you can share your screen.
I don't trust myself to accidentally not dox myself. Let me send it to you.
Okay.
Let me find this for you. I don't know if it's still. Is it gone? Is the deal might be gone? No, here it is. All right, check this out. You should buy this. I tried buying 2. You only get the RAM if you buy 1. But it's probably the best deal I've seen all Black Friday. It makes me think that Newegg bought like a bajillion of these RAM sticks and is using them as an excuse to get rid of this shitty motherboard. I don't even think it's that shitty, but look at this. I really don't even care what socket the motherboard is. I didn't even look at the socket of the motherboard.
All right, hold on. Sorry. I just saw. Anyway, the guy that had sent me the deals, he's like sending me some additional information. But all right, let me get this.
Look at this deal. Right now, in the middle of Ramageddon is what I'm calling it.
Hold on.
And if anybody wants it, I'll share it via my YouTube so I can get the referral money for it. Because you should all buy this.
This is a motherboard.
Yeah, but look what it comes with. Look what the free gift is.
What?
Exactly. Nobody cares about the motherboard. Look at the free gift. Who cares about the timing?
Hold on a second. Let me.
Who cares about anything? And do not share the link. I will share it with everybody.
Well, I can't pull it up without sharing the link.
Oh, well, use my link. Use my affiliate code.
Well, I did. I clicked on your link.
Oh no, that's not my link. Here, I'll give you.
Then send me your link then.
Hold on, I'll give it.
I don't have an affiliate with Newegg.
Newegg is a dick. But what do you think about that deal?
It's pretty good. Definitely pretty good.
Who cares about the motherboard, right?
Right. Yeah, because I mean, it's basically a free motherboard.
Actually, just share it. I can't. Don't worry about it. But like, so it's 100, and it came out to 116.
So can I show this with the link that's there?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't.
All right.
I can't get it set up. But like, who cares about that motherboard? And it shipped for me. Both of them shipped for me.
Oh, that was the wrong screen.
It's still the same thing.
No, I know, but I meant to do it on a different screen. That would.
And I think it's AM5 socket too, which makes it even more desirable.
Not a Chrome tab. There we go. That's what I want.
There
we go.
So
Yeah,
like,
right here where it says free Team Group DDR5 16 gig RAM kit.
now, so like even before the shortage, this would be a good deal because you
Yeah.
value the motherboard at $50 and the RAM at $50, right? So like you either keep this motherboard and you build a PC around it because it's not a bad motherboard, like it's not a good one, but it's not a bad one, or you sell it. And more importantly, getting RAM in the RAM apocalypse that we live in right now,
Yeah.
like I honestly tried to buy $1,000 of these. I literally tried to buy 10 of these.
Tried to buy 10 of them.
They let you buy one with the RAM. So I bought it. Whatever. Right? Like, tell me that's not an amazing deal.
It is a good deal. My problem is generally I need 64. I mean, I guess I have boards in there that.
No. This is for PC building. I'm not talking about AI
got
right
it. Yeah.
Like, it gets you into, because like, so we're in this really fucked up place right now, right? Where I'm sourcing out DDR4 boards for Intel 13th, 12th, 13th, and 14th gen, because I think that is the best way for PC gamers to build a PC is to go Intel. Because like with AMD right now, the best DDR4 AMD GPU or CPU is a 5800X3D. Max, do you know what I sold my last 5800X3D for this weekend?
Wait, which one? Your 5800X?
The 5800X3D, you know, the old ass AM4 CPU.
Yeah.
What do you think I sold it for? Just the
CPU?
Yeah, CPU.
220? 320? What?
Almost $400, Max.
That's insane.
You know
That's
why?
insane.
But it's not insane. That's the fucking look. This is why it's not terrible. I'm gonna pull my hair out. It's not insane because RAM is DDR5 RAM. 64 gigs is like fucking $600. 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM is like $150 right now. If you know where to buy it.
Where are you gonna buy DDR4 for that price?
Used.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
You buy two 32 gig kits. You have 64.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's a better deal when you consider at 4K, okay? And I've tested this. The 9800X3D, the 9950X3D, and the 5800X3D have like a 3% difference at 4K. So if you were going to build a 4K gaming PC right now, if buying a 5800X3D is the way to go. Like that is insanity, but I literally sold one, and if I wanted to, I could buy a 9800X3D with the money because I have RAM kits and I'm in a unique position. But like, this is what people are doing. So you're going to see 12th gen Intel, 13th gen Intel, and 14th gen Intel go through the roof because a 14900K can go on a DDR4 motherboard. Like, we are in this place where you have to take everything you know about PC building and light it the fuck on fire. Because you know what testing I'm doing, and I don't, if I'm derailing you, I'm sorry, but I think it's good.
No, that's fine. I'm gonna get back to the chat in a minute though.
But you're gonna have to start testing one stick of RAM versus two. You're gonna have to start testing mismatched sticks of RAM. Like, people need to know if this stuff is worth building around.
I want to get back to the chat real quick. So K-Shot, knock NPT XNT. Let me write those down. So yes, I do have high VRAM cards, a few of those, just a few. Yeah, I'll have to look into that because, like I said, I got to do something with that 8 GPU rig since it's not rented. So might as well look into mining something as long as it's profitable. All right, let me check. NZXT has an 5090, 128 gigs of DDR5, Ryzen 7 9800X3D, two 4 terabyte NVMe drives.
I'd buy that.
For $4,000.
That's an insanely good deal. Think about that. You break that down. So
that is incredible.
You break that down. The 5090, and we have to talk about this later, but the 5090 is $3,000 right now.
Wait a minute. Right. I should clarify. As he said, had. It was a 12-day sale. So
dude,
it's
if they had that right now, I'd go spend $4,000 on it. It'd be an investment because 120. So you could sell the RAM for probably $1,000 to $1,500 bucks. You could sell the GPU for $3,000, and then you have yourself a rest of a computer for free.
Right. So it's funny you mentioned that. So when I bought the Threadripper system, or the Threadripper combo, so it was the Threadripper, the motherboard, and 128 gigs of RDIMM ECC.
God,
which
what's
is
that?
easily like 30% higher, easily 30% higher than regular DDR5. So it's error correction, RAM, RDIMMs. And so like when I bought it, it was $2,000. The RAM itself would easily sell for probably $1,300 or $1,400 right now. And I'm probably underdoing it.
So what I've seen a lot of people talking about is downgrading their RAM, making a ton of profit, and like, because honestly, for most people, you don't need good RAM.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, and it's funny because I want to talk about AI with you, whether we do it here or not. But my farm, like, I have no choice now but to stay the course with what I have. I was thinking about Threadrippers. I can't. It's not worth it. I'm gonna end up with single rigs, and that's fine with me, right? But I'm gonna end up with single rigs of AM4 and AM5, and I'm fine with it. But I can't. Even if I wasn't, I can't go anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the GPU should carry the load anyway.
It should, for the most part, yes. I think we're getting to the point where 8 core is going to do better than 6 core. So kind of 8 core is kind of the minimum right now.
I'm at 12. All my shit is 12 core.
Okay, well then you're fine.
3900Xs are cheap.
Okay, and yeah, and really that doesn't, because it's not about. It's yeah, that should be fine. That should definitely be fine.
I mean, look, I'm not an expert. I'm going off of you. Like, I'm deferring to you on that. What I'm saying is,
fine.
A lot of people in my Discord are talking about Threadrippers, and I'm like, I'm out. Like, people are like, yeah, you can't buy Threadrippers anymore. Like, you can, but the RAM.
Yep. Beak Peak says same thing we've been talking about. 5060 Ti is a sleeper card. Yep.
Oh, so obviously the 16 for rentals, but like the 8 gig card is incredible for gaming. Like, don't let those other bigger tech tubers to me. Don't listen to them. It's a fucking amazing card.
Yep. It does really well. I mean, it's only 8 PCIe lanes, but so what? That 5060 Ti is not going to saturate 8 lanes of PCIe 5. Just not.
So
probably won't even do. It probably won't even saturate PCIe 4.
So I will say though, after looking at this Black Friday, now I was busy with family and I didn't get to capitalize on, like, Jawa had some sales for, like, they had a few $1,000 4090s. Now all that shit went up like that, but there were a few deals to be had. But like, guys, I'm telling you, excuse me, this is it. Inventory is going to start falling off a cliff as people rush to buy GPUs. And if you want them for gaming, for rentals, or for whatever, I mean, me and Max have been talking. We've been buying up every 5090 we could around $2,300 or less, right? Like, I know you were going to wait for the Super Series. I'm assuming you're just assuming they're done now.
Yeah, I'm pretty much assuming they're done.
Like if you look, and Max will tell you too, look at the price of 5090s right now. The only 5090s you see are the Astrals at $3,350. And once people realize that the Astral is by far the best made 5090, like, you get what I would argue that you get what you pay for depending on the market conditions. Like, I don't think I'd pay $1,300 more than a Founders for an Astral, but at this current market, if it's $3,000 for whatever out there and a $3,350 Astral, the Astral's the buy all day long. And if you believe, which I do, that we'll never see an MSRP 5090 again, like, I think we've hit that point where we'll never see it again. Once people get out of their own head and realize that this card is worth $3,350 and then it sells out, you're looking at $4,000 to $5,000 5090s. And Max, tell me if you think I'm wrong.
No, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I ended up buying an Astral for significantly more than you did. It was around $3,000. It was an open box. But I was still happy to get it. I got mine from Micro Center. Yeah, the other thing that's kind of interesting is I have been seeing pop up a MSRP Asus TUF 5090 popping up on their website. I haven't managed to grab it because as soon as it pops up, it's gone. Just like the Founders editions are right now, but it is popping up now and then. So real quick, K-Shot 9000 says gigabytes overheat in my experience.
So one of the reasons that they kind of do, from what I've seen, is that the Gigabyte ones have like this thermal compound that they use in their 5090s.
Yeah, it's very greasy.
And if you have your 5090s vertically, like most people do, it doesn't play nice. But
No, it doesn't. It leaks out the bottom, and you have to clean them.
Matt, have you used them? Because I never have.
Yeah.
Okay, so Max has experience with it. But like,
it's not that bad. I haven't seen, like, my 4090s are on the Gigabytes. They've done really, really well. They've been actually running much cooler, but the Gigabytes I thought had really good spec fans. It seemed like they were good spec fans, but I have had one or two fail on my Gigabyte 4090s, so I have had to replace a few.
So do you think that we kind of like blinked one day and 5090s went from 2300 to 2800 and then to 33?
Yeah,
and
I mean, you can still get like the Zotac AIO model is still 2800 at Micro Center. I think there's an MSI that's still under 3000.
Yeah,
like
but they're not. They're hybrid models, so like you have to want the hybrid.
No, I know. Yeah, like I said, AIO model.
And they're very few and far between. So like, frankly, if you're gonna pay around $3,000, just get the Astral at this point.
Well, like I said, me in my particular situation, I bought the MSI, which was 2850 because I needed that thinner card. So
yeah,
and I have a way of mounting the cooler within like an open air frame, so it won't be a problem to do one. Could you imagine trying to do 3 of those in one frame?
Dude, the Astral is
you're gonna put the other coolers.
The Astral is so big that my AIO is like crooked. Like it's literally crooked because I don't have anywhere to put the tubes. Because it's like that much bigger. Now it's worth it. This thing at full load, I have the fans at like 15%, and this GPU doesn't get over like 65 degrees.
Yeah, well, you know as well as I do, one of the big reasons why it's the best 5090 is because it has some safeguards in it. If you're pulling different amperage from different wires, and that's been the problem with that 12 volt with that 12 pin connector, or actually technically 16 pin connector, is that some of them may not be connected quite as well, and therefore you're gonna pull current through whatever the wire that has the least resistance. So I know Jay's 2 cents was, again, anecdotal evidence, definitely, but when he was like taking out the connector and putting it back in multiple times, the more he put it in, like the third time, it seemed to even it out a bit. So I thought that was pretty interesting, because I was like, well, maybe there's like some type of like coating or something that might need to wear itself off or something. But so obviously I just use that as anecdotal evidence, and every time I insert one of those 16 pin cables in, I do it 3 times.
Yeah, no, so I had an actual presentation from Asus about it last year. Like one of the meetings, my first meeting with them, and they demonstrated the whole thing for me. And actually, what I realized when I tested it on one of my benches, and my benches haven't ran 5090s. Like they ran them for maybe like 30 minutes total, because I've done a few tests, and because they usually are in my gaming rig. So I only had one up until like a month and a half ago, right? So I actually am swapping out the power supplies with PCIe, or with the new Be Quiet ones, the 1500 watters, because these old ones, I have like an Asus Thor 2 and a HX 850, like the older ones where they have the 2 8-pin to 12 volt high power cable, and that's not enough for the 5090s. The 5090s will fry those. Like I did I don't mean to keep saying I did a video, but I've been covering this a lot. Like I did a video showing that if you're gonna buy a 5090, you need to buy a new power supply. Like you need to buy a new power supply with the updated cable. You cannot use one from the 4090. And people are bitching about it, but I'm like, you buy your cable, you like I've never lit a card on fire. The only cable that I melted was actually an 8-pin. If you can believe that, a normal 8-pin.
Wow.
Because you got to understand, on my benches, those things are only rated for like 20 or 30 put-ins.
Yeah,
I'm probably on like 200.
Oh,
so
okay.
When I did a video on it, I was like, look, it's probably user error. It's probably not the cable. Like these things aren't made to be abused like I'm abusing them.
Well, it could actually be. It wasn't the fault of the cable. It was the fault of the fact that you use it so many times. If you start putting a plug in, one of those 8-pin plugs, and it goes in super easy, it's probably an indication that it's been worn down a little bit too much and may not be making as good of a connection.
Well, so what I think I'm going to be doing is I think these test benches, I'm going to be taking the power supplies every year, either the cables or the power supplies themselves, and recycling them out. But at least the cables, I think.
That makes sense.
Like, I think that's the smart call. So
I mean, it's funny. I mean, you hear about all these people that obviously USB-C has a better, sorry, just having to look at the Illinois score.
yeah, don't. I hate my college so much, and I hate my pro football team so much.
The Bears.
You could, dude.
Go Bears!
You could never tell that we were Super Bowl champions. We booed that team. Like, dude, we're gonna make the playoffs, and we're probably going to the Super Bowl. But there's blood in the water.
You guys are not going to the Super Bowl this year. You're not. You're not going to the Super Bowl this year. Not gonna happen.
When was the last time you won a Super Bowl?
I'm not saying the Bears are going to the Super Bowl. The last time we won a Super Bowl? Are you serious? You're really asking that question? You don't know.
Oh,
you
I'm
don't
just
know.
the
The best team of all time.
No, that was us.
The 85-86 Bears.
Do you know?
Dominated. They absolutely. It was the worst whooping in Super Bowl history.
No, it wasn't. We were up almost 50 points on the Chiefs till we played our backups. The dynasty. The dynasty.
Did you look to see the? Go back and watch.
No,
Go back
if
and
you
watch your history. Go back and watch your history. When the Bears defeated, because then we did the same thing.
No, Google.
It's garbage time.
If you Google the best statistical team in NFL history, like pure
yeah,
stats.
they changed the rules. Back then, defensive backs could hold and hit, and yeah, the defense got away with.
How many yards did your lead rusher get? Did he get 2,000? No.
How many? I say, you mean the running back?
Saquon Barkley had the best.
You mean Walter Payton in his
Saquon Barkley
years?
had a better season. Saquon Barkley had a better season.
It's a team, dude. It's a team. It's
yeah,
a team.
And we broke both individual and team records.
I'm just telling you, it was the last team that almost went undefeated.
No, the last team that almost went undefeated was Brady.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, but we had one loss.
Come on, old man. Yeah, and they had one loss in the Super Bowl because Eli sacrificed some kind of child in Africa or something to get that win.
Anyway, but yeah, the 85-86 Bears was the last time the Bears were in the Super Bowl, I think in like 2000, somewhere between 2005, 2008 with Lovie Smith and Rex Grossman as the quarterback. Oh my God. Bottom line is that team had an extremely opportunistic defense. And that's the reason why it made it to the Super Bowl. It made it to the Super Bowl because of the defense. But now when you go up against a really good team in the Super Bowl and they don't make mistakes, well, your defense isn't going to do much. So,
I mean, our defense did twice.
No, I'm just saying that particular team had no offense.
We're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to fire our offensive coordinator. We're going to burn it down and rebuild it in the middle of the season. We're going to the Super Bowl.
You are not going to do that this late in the season. You're not.
I'll bet.
Well, I'll bet you that they don't make it to the Super Bowl.
I would bet you. I'm trying to think what I bet.
They're
I
not
will
making
bet
it to the
you.
Super Bowl.
I will bet you a GT 710 that they go to the Super Bowl.
Oh God, I don't have a GT 710.
I have one that I don't want to part with. That's how confident I am. I love my. Hey, I need you to ban. I need you to ban.
If I had to guess who was going to the Super Bowl, I would definitely say the Rams.
Listen,
or possibly Seattle.
I need you to ban Daco Miner 1438. He said a swear word.
Okay, first of all, that would be Dakota Miner.
Listen, you need to ban that John. He said a swear word.
He did not.
Hey, geeks.
Everybody's allowed to root for their team.
No, they're not.
Their team on this channel. Yes, they are.
Well, then don't go on my channel because I banned Penn State, Dallas Cowboy fans, and Pittsburgh Penguins fans.
Wow, you banned Penn State fans?
I hate Penn State.
Really?
Hate them. Dude, watching Penn State burn to the ground is like, if I had to choose between watching Penn State fail and watching Pitt win, I'd choose Penn State failing.
Chef Lahib said, I was gonna say go Bills, but they're useless AF.
I like the Bills. I like the Bills.
I will say they're a very likable team. They're a very likable team.
So Geeks here and Geek Max
go Sports.
Mrs. Max and myself are going to Vegas in a few weeks.
Well, so's Goat.
I just said geek.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying to him that we were going. So
no,
anyway.
I'm saying the three of us.
And I'm not sure if she's going yet. Because then she's like, well, wait a minute. That's
You'll get more
Vegas in
work done.
January. That's not really warm in January.
No, it's like it's in like the low 60s. It's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, so she was like thinking, oh yeah, when you guys are at the show, I'll go sit down by the pool and get some sun. And then she's like, oh wait a minute, maybe not. So I don't know if she's gonna go or not. It's up to her.
There's gonna be a lot of work. Like all the.
Oh
all
no,
the
I mean
meetings-
that's the thing I have already talked to her about. I'm like, look, this is work. I will be working. I mean, we'll go to dinner and things like that, but it will absolutely be a lot of work, a lot of editing. It's going to be nonstop.
So Geek is saying that they have a media thing. They have this thing called Showstoppers on Sunday. I never go, but I've heard it's actually really good to go to. And I may 50-50 go this year. But I was kind of wanting to use Sunday to film content and just to have it out before CES drops. Geek's asking what time I'm flying in. I think I'm going to fly in Sunday morning, actually, so I can get to work. What do you?
That's kind of what I was thinking. I'll have to find out what flight Geek is on so I can crash his flight. Not literally crash his flight, but like crash his party. You know. The last time we went somewhere, we went to Mining Disrupt, and we ended up on the same flight just completely by accident.
Are you going this year
to Mining Disrupt?
Mm-hmm.
No.
If I can get it paid for, like if I can get a sponsor, I'm gonna go. Because I think there's some useful stuff there for actually my real business, but this probably be the last year. I don't know. Like it's kind of tough.
Yeah,
So here's the thing: the mining pools, the mining sponsorships, it still pays the bills for that channel and partially for this one. So like it's still worth going to do that kind of content in regards to it.
Honestly, I don't have any mining sponsorships at all. I have zero.
Yeah. No,
So,
I get it.
and I pretty much have pivoted completely away from it at this point, just because it's not what I'm doing. If
I
I'm doing
can't-
anything with mining, it's kind of like, well, I got some extra hardware and maybe I can make a little bit of profit on it, you know, but it's not where my focus is.
I have some brands that are cool with me putting their stuff in AI videos, but they were like, nothing can be on mining. So
He said, by the way, Goat, he said he's leaving. He's going to get there Sunday morning. So leaving Sunday morning.
no, I'm gonna leave Saturday.
Oh, are
I'm
you?
gonna leave Saturday morning because what I'm gonna do. So Friday is my day to like gawk at the convention and just like look at stuff for fun. And they always have an after party Friday night, and I always like to go to the after party and blow off some steam.
No,
So
I think he means. Oh, sorry. Okay. I thought he was saying like, when is he leaving? Were you leaving to go to it? But he's saying when you're leaving
leaving
after.
So I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay.
go. I'm gonna go Sunday to. I usually go Sunday to Saturday, and
Okay.
like Friday night. Dude, Friday night's fun. Like, most people are like dead, so you may see people on Friday, but nobody wants to talk work. So like there's always an industry after party, and it's always on Wednesday. So like the major brands meet with the major media people and influencers. They meet with them Tuesday, Wednesday, and then for them, they're done. Like Thursdays where they have kind of all the bullshit meetings they don't care about. So like I use Thursday to meet with like the smaller vendors that like I don't really care if it goes anywhere with them, and because I'm usually dead by then. And then like Thursday night, Friday night are like for me, kind of. So like, and honestly, Max, for you may end up wanting to meet people. Like, you should take you're gonna
I was
get
planning on leaving Saturday, but I wasn't sure.
you're gonna get spammed with meetings, right? You're gonna get like a shit ton of meeting people, and you may want to take some of them. I turn them all down now, unless they're in like the PC space, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I don't know what you want to focus on there.
No, it's funny. I was looking at like different shows, not just, CES. And I was like, damn, there was just a show in St. Louis. It was the high performance compute convention.
Shit.
It wasn't called that. And I'm like, I should have gone to that one. Is what I should have done. That's like with Super Micro and, AMD was there with Threadripper and Epic, and it was
Yeah, but
a
this is-
totally different focus.
But here's the thing: you go to this, to meet, like, this is
No, I get it. I'm still gonna go. I'm just saying
Like-
that next year I'm gonna go to that convention. as
No,
well.
no, yeah. So like I started really focusing, like, so I go to these LAN events for fun and to network with brands, but it's also fun for me. And then I'll start going to like other conventions for like for work and fun. Like, but I think the biggest thing is the brands. And Geek says this is getting expensive. I get it, right? Like last year cost me like 2,400 overall. Dude, the amount of money that I've gotten in ad reads and sponsorships and products, like, blew it out of the water. And like this year's probably, honestly, this year I have it mostly paid for with sponsorships, but it's probably gonna cost me like 2,600 bucks before like that's before food.
So
and
you've already booked Harris?
Yeah, I have a week. I got
Okay.
it early. I don't even know if I saved money getting it early, but like, so I used to stay in the Flamingo because I go to Vegas since I've been 21. I've been there 2 or 3 times a year. So thankfully I know the city well, or I would have been fucked my first CES. And I would say the Flamingo, but it's kind of a far walk to the Venetian, and you're gonna spend most of your time in the Venetian. So Harris is literally right next to it and a third of the price.
Right.
So
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at it. I was pretty sure I was gonna go.
you can stay at the Flamingo, you'll save money, but the amount of walking you have to do from Flamingo to Harris, it's like a 30-minute walk.
Yeah, no. You already know where I'm at.
You should honestly, if you've been stay like Harris is really close, and Harris has a monorail station.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly one stop away from the convention center.
But honestly, so like I'm gonna be, if I had to guess, right, I will probably be in the Venetian for 3 days, and I will be at the convention center maybe 1.5. And there's a lot of brands that are off site. The D isn't that far. Double check it, Geek. I think the D is in between Flamingo and Harris.
What is the D?
It's another place. They have a really sweet restaurant in there. You ever hear of Hash House?
Is it called the D?
Yeah, it's literally called the D.
Oh.
You ever hear of Hash House a Go-Go? It's like this really sweet breakfast joint. It's there. We'll have to go. It's sweet. But there's what I'm also learning is there's a ton of brands that are there that aren't there because it's really expensive to host. So they just get suites in another casino.
Right.
Like Zotac is there, but they're only there for 2 days, and it's just a private invite. They don't even have anything they're showing. I just want FaceTime with the rep. So,
right.
Like Patriot will be there, Be Quiet will be there. Oh, you can come to my Be Quiet meeting, by the way. I got okay from the rep.
All right, cool. Appreciate
So
that.
you can just, like, honestly, you can go and you can just make your pitch to him. I'll probably I'll have like 5 minutes with him, and then that'll be it.
Cool.
So
I appreciate that.
I saw him this weekend, and I asked if I could bring you and someone else, and he said, "If you say they're cool, that's good enough for me." So
cool. Awesome.
And then,
I've already kind of talked up their products a little bit in a few videos, just because it's what I decided I wanted to use.
I asked them. I'm kind of like tiptoeing on because they take a little bit. I definitely asked them for like 7 1,500-watt power supplies. I'll get like I think I'll get them. Like I do a lot. Like I do work for them, and I helped them out this weekend. So I think I'll get them. But I definitely asked for like 7 of them because I was telling him, I was like, they're gonna sell for 5090s in AI, and he's like, all right. So
yep.
But I got meetings with all the big AIBs. I got Gigabyte, Asus. Well, I got Gigabyte and MSI, and I'm waiting for Asus to release their calendar.
Hey, I just thought of this. We should really talk networking like soon, because Ubiquiti has this huge sale going on right now.
Are they there? Do you know if they're there?
I don't think so, but I didn't see him on there.
Again,
they're prosumer, so CES isn't really totally their scene. They're more of a networking.
Yeah, but it's everybody's there. Like that's the thing.
I know. So they may be there somewhere in one of the hotels, kind of similar to what some of the other brands are doing. I don't know. They're a tough nut to crack from what I've heard.
Listen, so is Nvidia, and I'm waiting. And next week they sent me their schedule will be out next week. I can't let you in. I can't get you in there though.
That's fine.
Dude, they're like, they don't even let people in their booth. Like AMD, you can like, when I go for my meeting, which I'm still waiting on, I'll try to introduce you to some people, but like Nvidia, like you can't even go into their booth unless you have an appointment.
Wow.
Like they don't even like they're like, and when I go, I will literally get 10 minutes with them. But like doesn't matter because it's 10 minutes I won't get. And Intel's there, and I'm afraid that after I trash the B580, I'm gonna get my Intel meeting revoked.
Oh.
Because I gotta message them tomorrow or on Monday. I think like if you're gonna message brands, you want to message them on Monday because now everybody's in CES panic mode once the holidays are done.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I gotta go find those emails and see how I can make contact, because I know you guys kind of directed me the right direction, but I didn't have a chance to follow up on that yet.
Well, do you got to just figure out the companies you want to meet the most and go from there. I kind of just go for everything in like the PC space.
Yeah.
So
that's pretty much what I'll be looking at. Obviously, if there's anything networking related, I will go after that. Anything home lab related, I'll go after that, like NAS. If there's any NAS companies that are there, I'll go after that. I know the one company that had reached out to me about reviewing a NAS isn't going to be there. They said they weren't going to be there. So I won't be meeting with them, but hopefully by the end of December, hopefully I'll get that NAS to review, which would be pretty cool.
So interesting too. All the Acer companies that went last year, they're not going. They all bailed. Kanan,
You blame them?
like the successful ones, they bailed too.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Oh, Minis Forum is going to be there.
Oh, Minis Forum. Geek.
I really want to get a meeting with them.
Geek, I'm going with you. I need a meeting with those fuckers. They never respond to anything.
Oh, really?
No.
I would love to get a meeting with them. There's a bunch of other mini PC companies though that have like, I don't know if they were there before, like BOS something. Anyway, they're very similar.
I will,
as far as what they provide.
I'll start dropping emails on the group chat. You just can't tell them that I gave them to you.
Okay.
But but like, so last year was my second year, and this bigger creator who will remain anonymous really helped me.
Ugreen's going to be there. That's good to know.
Oh, dude.
Because I do want to get a meeting with Ugreen.
Ugreen told me I wasn't big enough, but at least they responded. So I'm going to try again. Because when they meet you, like, here's the thing. When these companies see you go to CES, they see you're not totally full of shit, and it kind of helps you.
Yeah.
So I can maybe get you a meeting with Corsair if you want it. I have one with them, but it's kind of, it's interesting. So
yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind meeting with Corsair. That's for sure. I mean, they've got good products.
Yeah.
Yeah. My, speaking of Corsair, my daughter, spilled coffee all over her keyboard yesterday. She was freaking out, and her keyboard was not working because she couldn't get all of the coffee out of it. I said, put it in the sun, just let it sit for a couple days, and then plug it back in. It'll probably be fine. It's, it's coffee. It's not like she had once spilled root beer, and there was no recovering from that. Ugh. Yeah, right. But in this case, I'm sure it'll probably be fine. But anyway, if not, I told her, so well, you could just buy another keyboard. They're on sale. They're like $90 or something. So
do you guys, we should do a stream with the three of us there at like either the middle of the week, the beginning of the week, or the end, like one of those days, maybe even like Friday too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, like, talk about it.
The key will be the setup though. If we're going to all stream from our own computers, or are we going to try to stream from one person's computer and then try to use the same mic?
Honestly, you just kind of have, so like at least when I was in Flamingo, I had no problem live streaming. I did a live stream every time I was there.
No. I know there's no problem live streaming. My point is, if the three of us are there,
just a
we're
conversation.
all gonna be,
yeah, just like sitting next to a camera, passing the mic around, or just bullshitting.
Okay, I mean, I guess we could just pass the mic around, but yeah.
People just want new, like what I've seen is people who are into this shit just want boots on the ground who are talking to them and what they see. And I think this year is where we're really going to find out how fucked we are over the next year of PC parts. Because people, like these parties that people go to, and you guys get the invite for the Cooler Master one I sent you?
I did, yeah. I saw it.
You should go. These people get drunk and they open their mouths and they start talking, and woo! Obviously everything's off the record, so you'll never know, but it gives you an idea on how to frame your content of how, like,
You know what's worse than going to the, well, I shouldn't say worse, because it basically going to these parties and not getting drunk. And then trying to talk to people that are drunk.
No, you want to be sober, dude. No,
well, I know you want to be sober, but the drunk people tend to be a little annoying at times.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. They open the loose lips sink ships.
True.
So this year I have so right before that Cooler Master party, there's an event. I think I'm on an NDA, so I can't say who it is actually. But they have a happy hour, and it's like the end of the thing, and I'm really curious to see who will be there. Actually, it was I don't. It's invite only, and I think it's already filled, but I'll see if I can get you in. But it's interesting.
Cool.
So what do you?
I've not been looking at chat at all.
It's just geek.
Oh, Swamp 7 says you can have all my old Unify stuff. It's going into the trash can.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no to networking gear because I'm trying not to spend money because redoing my studio is gonna cost me a few grand. So I'm definitely not saying no.
You don't like Unify, huh, Swamp 7? What are you using instead?
I'll
said
take
Cisco.
Unify.
I won't be super surprised, I guess, but I have to admit I was really lucky, and I've said this before. Big Wooly actually gave me like a switch, a 48 port PoE switch, enterprise switch that is still worth $1,000.
I have a recycler that I'm really good friends with, and he gave me 3 networking switches for like $20 each that are like a gigabit PoE, like 48 switch. But they can be managed, but I have them set to unmanaged, and I don't think they're probably worth keeping.
What kind of switches are they?
I'll send you I'll take a picture of them and show them to you. I mean, I use them. I just don't, because like basically I got to get rid of the internet. It's funny, after we talked about having 2 internets, my admin, who's also the boss's admin, was like, your boss doesn't want to pay for the internet anymore. I'm like, he's got to wait 1 month. 1 month and I'll ditch it. So I'm gonna lose my double internet soon. So Max, how do you feel about everything? Like the market, rentals, like what do you think the future of rentals is gonna be in like the next year?
It's hard to say. It always gets a little quirky around the holidays. You have colleges that are gearing up for finals, so a lot of the projects that might have been working on may be done. Yeah, it always gets a little quirky towards the end of the year. So right now I'm doing okay. Like I said, that one main rig that I had like 8 4090s rented for the longest time, that's like the biggest thing I don't have rented right now. Everything else that's verified is rented, so I'm not really complaining too much. But yeah, that one is a little disappointing, but I don't know, it's been pretty consistent.
Do you feel more confident, like, because you know the value of 5090s and 4090s isn't going anywhere, that
absolutely,
like, the majority of your rental farm will never lose money? So like, even if you're not rented and you're like, how you have to kind of stay on if you're not rented and you're like wasting a few bucks a day in power, and
it's
really
much
matter?
Yeah, and it's much different. Like when I started out, I do have to pay off 3 4090s, but that money's already set aside and it's already been made. I'm not worried about, like, I'm just like, why pay them off when there's 0% interest? Why give the bank the money earlier than they need it?
No, I get it.
So yeah, I've got one payment of about $1,000, one payment of about $2,000 in January, one in December. So then I'll be done with all that. And then I have a couple other ones that I have financed a little ways out, just because again, it was lower than the cost of money to do that. So that's what I decided to do. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I'm not concerned because most of the stuff basically is paid off, and now it's just an asset, either holding value and making me money or increasing in value and making me money.
So like, some people were giving me crap because my farm's down. Like I don't have anything up because I still haven't gotten Linux to work. I haven't had the time. I just haven't cared. And they're like, are you worried that you have all these 59, like I have 2 5090s and a 4090 sitting unrented? And I'm like, no, because they're worth more than I paid. Like, I mean, I'll get them up and it'll be content to get them up, but like, I've got other things that are more important to me right now than struggling to get them up. And like, and it seems like have you noticed that rigs without epics aren't getting rented, or have you seen that doesn't matter what CPU?
I haven't seen that matters at all,
That's
honestly.
good.
So yeah, my Octo server is completely rented. My 8 GPU rig, which is an epic, is not rented. Not a single one of those 4090s is rented. But my 5090 that is running on, that one's running on a 59. Yeah, that one's running on a 5950X. That one's rented. I have a bunch of 5060 Ti's that are all running either on Xeons, or I got one running on a 5060 Ti's running on a 5950X. So those have at least one GPU rented on each of them. 3090s running on like 8 cores of a 5950X. Oh, that was the other thing. That 59 is only running on 8 cores of that 5950X as well. I've got a 5950 running on a 5600X, and it's rented. So yeah, I mean, I know that one. I'm kind of like, yeah, maybe I should upgrade that one. But right now it's rented. It's rented for a little bit less than the other 5090s, but it's still rented. And then I've got one of my, and then I have a couple of 5090s on the Minis Forum ITX boards. One of those is rented, and then of course I have the Threadripper, which is not rented right now.
K-Shot 9000 said all his 5090s and 3090s are rented on Octaspace, and he says peace out.
Yeah, I've been debating on, I've got I don't know if it was him or somebody else, but somebody else said that they have a couple 5060 Ti's on Octaspace and they're rented. So I'm actually thinking about when I do that, I might put that on Octaspace and see how it does.
I need to try out Octaspace. Like I just gotta get it set up. But I don't like. Do you like 3090s for rentals? I really don't.
They do well for me. I mean, right now only 2 out of the 3 are rented, but most of the time it's all 3, and so, they make a decent buck. So like my 13090 is making 15 cents an hour. Honestly, it's making almost as much as my unverified 5090s.
So I sold 7 of them for, you know, I made about $4,000, and I sold 7 of them, and I'm gonna put them into 2 5090s. I think that's better value, don't you? Because I don't think they're gonna go up in value that much. Do you?
I don't know.
I mean, they could, but if my idea is if they go up in value, the 5090s will go up. Like I guess what I'm trying to say is the higher they go, the higher the 5090s go. And I don't know if the 3090s will fall off or not.
Well, see, hold on a second. I think you have it backwards. As the 5090s go up, the 4090s will go up, and therefore the 3090s.
Well, no, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if the 3090s are up, then the 5090s are up. So, like,
yeah.
So, like,
I think it starts on 5090s.
Yeah. So, like, if a 5090 costs, like, let's just go backwards. If a 3090 costs like $1,000, because right now you can get them. I paid $375 for mine, but you can get them for about $700, right? So, say they go up to $1,000, then a 5090 is probably at $3,500 to $4,000, or a 5090. Sorry, $3,500.
Yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, the numbers wash out anyway, and then you have less less power that you use, more dense.
Well, I mean, there's certainly that. I mean, obviously the 3090s could be pulling as much as 350 watts. So that's the major downside of a 3090. But again, yes, you're making less with them. You also have a little bit less power. But here's the reason why I like to have a variety. Because not everybody wants a 5090. Not everybody wants a 4090. Because people don't want to afford that. They want to afford something lower cost. So by offering things at different tiers of service, I feel like I'm going to be more rented than if I was just renting all 5090s and putting all my eggs in one basket.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I'm keeping a single 3090, so I could just rent it if I wanted to. But
yeah, you might as well. Honestly.
Well, so I actually I think what I'm going to do, and I actually wanted your opinion on this. I meant to ask you this. What I think I want to do is I want my farm to look nice because it would be used for content too. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those cases I get sent for reviews and stuff, and I'm going to set up every PC. Like I'm going to pull the glass off. Like I won't leave the glass on, but I'm going to build every rental rig because I'm only going to put one GPU per rig. I'm going to have 5 to 7 of them, and I'm going to put a PC. They're basically going to be PCs. Like, do you think there's a downside at like setting up your rigs like that? Does it matter?
Sorry, I'm reading chat. What were you saying? Using it like what?
No, like just setting up every rig as like a PC with a case without like the glass on it. Like I'll take the front panel off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have front panels on anything.
But like I don't want to have them on shitty 3D printed motherboards anymore. Like I'm gonna put AIOs on them, and I want them to look nice. I don't know.
I don't care what they look like.
Yeah, but you gotta like what I'm trying to say is, does that matter? Like, because you gotta like for me, all the parts.
No, why would it matter?
I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess it pulls more wattage a little bit for fans and RGB, but I don't really think that matters in the long run.
No, that doesn't. I mean, the fans can, but you know, for me, no, I've got it all in a rack with gable fans right behind it. It's pulling the air through it. It's in the basement right now where it's cold because it's cold outside. I have just free airflow from outside. Yeah, I mean, I'm not now in the summer. Yeah, I'm gonna have to I started to do it towards the end of the summer, but never finished it. But I'll set up like a hot cold out where I'll have directional, you know, basically put sides on the rack to the wall, so that when that gable fan pulls, it's going to pull everything directly through the rack instead of allowing any of the air to come from the sides.
Hey, so real quick, this guy, I can't pronounce his name. It's the last comment on your chat. One thing he said that at the end of he basically is talking about how he has 5090s on Octa 3 weeks ago, rented 2 sessions with 30 minutes downtime. But the best thing that he said that I think is the most interesting that I want to touch on, he said that it's idling the whole time. It's not being rented.
Yeah. No. He's not saying it's not rented. What he's saying is it's not being used or being used. And the other part of it is I'd be curious when he goes to NVTop to see how much of the memory of his GPU is being used, because a lot of times they just need the memory of the GPU and not really much of its processing power. So,
but that led me to something that I wanted to ask you, and that was a good point. But doesn't the 5090 use way less idling watts than a 3090 and a 4090?
No, it's the same.
Because I think a 3090 idles for a lot of fucking power.
There's a command to put in to make sure it idles low.
Huh. Okay.
So I haven't noticed any. I notice a difference once I put that command in. I see it drop from like 30 to 40 watts down to like 10.
Yeah.
In all of them, in 5090s, 4090s, and 3090.
Do you actually think as we enter this apocalypse where nobody can buy GPUs, and I'm sure we'll see more people get into home rentals with their PCs they have now, you think demand will go up or down? You have no clue.
Well, I think demand's going to go up because demand is still going up in general. You know, you got more platforms, you got to take that into account, but people aren't going to be expanding as readily as they have in the past. So think about when we had, you know, the last GPU apocalypse with Ethereum, and the actual
hash rate went through the moon, dude.
It did to a certain extent, and then it started not going up as fast. People were still buying them. They just couldn't get their hands on as much as they wanted to. So it was going up, but it wasn't going up as fast as think about how fast it would have been going up if people just had been able to buy GPUs to their heart's content.
But
in this particular case, this is even a little bit different in the fact of they were pumping out back then, they were pumping out a lot of GPUs. It's just the fact they couldn't keep up with demand. In this case, they're still going to be pumping out some GPUs, but nowhere near what they were pumping out before. Therefore, you have less supply going up, while I think demand will still continue to increase. So supply demand curve, yeah, it should be better.
But you know what's interesting is back then though, Nvidia was making all those 170HXs behind everybody's back and didn't tell anybody, right? That's not going to happen now because there's going to be no memory to do it. Right? Like you think?
Sorry, I was reading a comment. What was that you said?
What?
So I was reading a comment. What did you say?
Oh yeah, I hate 3090s. No doubt.
Oh no, I wasn't reading that. I was saying you guys need to look into the projects people are renting. your hardware for. I do a lot of times. I haven't done it recently, but some very profitable things out there, kind of why Okta's idle jobs rule this market. So yeah, I probably should put something on Okta.
Yeah, I gotta get my farm set up. Like, I get what he's saying. I've just been so busy on other stuff, and like, just like, honestly, K slot,
DJ.
I think right now, I'm gonna be totally honest. My focus has just been making sure I can get parts, then I can tinker, because you're gonna blink one day. And look, I'm using this as an excuse because I only have so much time, and I'm being stretched thin. But like, honestly, I would not like. I think parts acquiring is the most important thing right now. But how? What were we saying? Oh yeah, GPU demand. Do you think that? Do you think it's gonna go to whatever Nvidia can get is gonna go to the A6? The what is it called? The Blackwell one, the 6000. What the hell is that called?
Oh, it won't necessarily be going to that. It will be going more towards, you know, the AI data center GPUs. As
What are they
opposed
called?
to like I don't know, L something, H something. I don't remember exactly what the numbers are.
Oh man, Beak Peak called me out. He said, "Quit being lazy, install Linux, and vast that shit." So I can't vast yet, but I will vast soon. And I am dragging my feet on Linux because I got my ass kicked last time. But I will be back to it. All right.
Okay. You got to do what somebody else did when I helped them, which is set up a camera so I can actually see what the hell you're doing, so I can see where the mistakes are.
Yeah, I will. I will.
Because that's what happened with this other person I helped, and it worked. So I'm like, wait, right there.
I will. Hey, DJ knows what's up though. What's up, DJ? He knows. I think Pokemon is more in demand than graphics cards right now. Although I heard
I don't know. He says the demand has been going down.
So my buddy DJ,
The
you'll
prices
like
have been
this.
going down.
DJ will like this. My friend of 20 years owns the largest game store network in Pennsylvania, and he basically does a ton of Pokemon. And he's telling me, he like gives me heads up, and he's like, "Yeah, the market's really fucked, and these people don't even know it yet." So, funny story. 2026 Pokemon gonna boom. God, DJ, you went from one degenerate gambling thing in crypto to something even worse.
Oh my, yeah, it is definitely worse.
Little
I mean,
pocket monster.
I was feeling so sorry for him. He was just like a little sad puppy on Friday night, because he opened up a couple of packs and didn't get what he was hoping for.
Dude, I bought for Magic the Gathering. You'll laugh. I play it versus collecting. Like, my collection's good, but I play it. And I wanted a $60 card, okay? And a box of 36 packs cost $70. I'm like, screw it. We're buying the box, and I didn't get the card. I was like, damn it.
Right, and that's so. What DJ needs to do is he needs to like find a cabinet, lock it up, and give the key to his wife so that he can't get on stream and then decide he's going to start opening up packs and then keep opening up packs with the stuff he's supposed to be selling.
But dude, you know what? You know what I will say I like about the AI rental space a lot more than crypto? You can just get money. You don't get crypto. Well, I mean, you do for Okta and Clore, but you can just sell it right away. Yeah. And B, because our hardware is so valuable, and because we know that like the 90 class cards are never going to drop in value, we literally can leave it idle and it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Like, think about with crypto, when you had a rig down, you're like, oh my God, I'm missing out on profits. Now, for me, I don't even look at it like that. I'm like, well, the hardware is what's valuable. Whatever I make is gravy.
Well, that's a good point. I didn't actually think of it that way, but it does bug me when something's not rented. That GPU 4090 rig has been bugging the shit out of me since yesterday when I lost the client. And it's like, no, what really gets me is the fact that on that particular, I have 3 clients that are still renting storage. So that's why I'm thinking Monday comes around, those guys will probably come back on. It's probably because of the long weekend that they're not renting. They're just sitting there. So, I mean, I'm at least making like 7 cents an hour on it. But again, it's 8 GPUs. I'm not making money on the GPUs at that point. I'm just making money on that. But the 7 cents an hour is easily paying for the power. So I'm not losing money on the rig.
Speaking of your farm, I don't know if you talked about it because I have just been busy on Saturdays and I haven't really talked to you that much. Do you figure out what you're doing with the shed? Oh,
Hobbyist is here.
Who's that?
Whoa.
He is
Evening.
not being heard right now.
Can't hear me?
I can hear
let's
him.
see here. You can hear him?
Oh boy.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
What up, dude?
Say something, hobbyist.
Hello, hello.
Oh, now I
My
can
name is
hear him.
Max Voltage.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Testing. Is this thing on?
It is on.
Play his
Doing
music.
good.
He's walking down the wrestling ring, rolling up his
Right.
sleeves.
That's right. I like the Christmas tree, Max. I was actually
Thanks.
thinking about doing one. That's
It's
very cool.
Wait, hang on. It's still the Cryptmas tree. I don't have the stickers on it yet, but they will be on. They will be on.
I thought about looking online for like they have like the Christmas balls, but they're like Bitcoin, like orange with the Bitcoin. I
Yeah.
thought about getting like a little Christmas tree with a bunch of those and putting that behind me because I'm always looking for knick-knacky stuff, you know, to put and set up. So totally.
Everybody
get it,
seems to like
100%.
it. I mean, right now it is pretty obnoxious with the switching between colored and white lights. But I thought, hey, it's the day after, 2 days after Thanksgiving. I'm going to be a little obnoxious. Then I'll switch it to just straight colored.
Awesome. So sorry I jumped in on your conversation. Please.
Oh, no
continue
worries.
amongst
No
yourselves.
worries at all. Actually, I'm glad you came on. So, so he is doing Hobbyist. I hope I'm not, saying anything you want me to say, but Hobbyist is doing his network.
I am. I just bolstered it up. I just went and so I'm hooked. I have everything I get into, I'm addicted to. Like that's just how it works. I think DJ's the same way. Like he just gets fully immersed and addicted to it. So yeah, so I have the 8 vast rigs online right now. I actually shot you a picture, Max, and removed the IP addresses. If we end up talking about it or showing it, whatever.
Oh, okay.
So feel free to use it where you want. Some of Man's hardware is right there now.
Yeah.
Being hard at work.
Watching you set it up. So I watched that video, right? And I was like at work and I'm like, I saw the Prime cases because I built in those before. And I'm like, oh shit.
I love those.
He doesn't know.
Those.
No, but I was like, he doesn't know about the motherboard size. This is not going to end
well.
well.
Yeah. It worked out good, and swapped out 3 of them. I only had to wait for cases for 3 of those, so it worked out. And it was an absolute learning experience. Like I even said in that video, I was like, I'm not doing a vast guide. Like I'm not your guy to do a vast guide because one, I literally had to. There were so many things, and even Max helped me out through it, like most of it. But there were so many things where it was just like I needed to do it. So many I could walk through the same steps and then go to another rig and go through the same steps, and they would not work.
Right.
And would have to figure out why, and would have to use like Grok or use Copilot to be like,
something's going on. You even said this when we were going through it. There was something going on, I think, on the vast servers, and that was, I think, where the problem was emanating from. And it was a matter of reinstalling multiple times, but then if you installed it to a certain extent, you had to undo that. So yeah, we were uninstalling Docker before trying to reinstall it. And finally it would work. And so, yeah, it was, it took his first one was the one I helped with. And then he pretty much got everything else running on his own. But yeah, it took us an hour to do something that should have taken us no more than, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes.
I probably spent 10 hours installing vast on those 8 rigs, just over and over again. And but I will say, when back in the day when you would build your GPU mining rigs and it was so much fun and it was so passionate about it. I had so much fun building 8 rigs. It was an absolute blast. And no, none of them are rented yet. Granted, they're still going through the reliability time period and stuff like that. But it was awesome. It was absolutely awesome.
So sorry I didn't respond. You actually sent me a message, but I would definitely lower those prices now that you've been on for a little while. Because
no rush.
I mean, you want to be at any of the ones that hit 99. I think you'd probably be fine to actually lower the price to see, because things that are rented will actually their reliability will go up faster.
Well,
okay.
Also, be thankful you don't have 5000 series, because I did a whole stream where I failed trying to get Blackwell drivers to work on Linux. So
has nothing to do. It was all pilot error. I'm sorry.
I'm sure it is. I have no doubt it isn't. But Blackwell, don't tell me Blackwell's not harder to get up on Linux than Ampere.
Oh no, it definitely is. And there's certain things I've had to jump through other hoops. I had to basically like install like 3 different applications. Like one's Make, and I forget what the other 2 were, but you know, again, this is all stuff I found online. And once I did that, then the first one worked. But my understanding is now with the way that the installs go, you don't need to do that anymore. But yeah, there's definitely an order to do things in, and yeah. So yeah, when you are ready to give it another try.
You guys were talking about memory earlier and prices going up.
Yeah,
so
RAM, yeah.
2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe, I had to order all the memory for all 8 of those rigs.
Oh, God.
So I got 64 gigabytes of memory for 8 rigs, and I had to. And now the cases weren't super expensive; they were like just under $100. But I think I spent about $3,300 on memory and cases because they were. And the funny thing was, I ended up returning two sets of the memory, and they were worth more. That was like as this increase went up, so they were worth more. So what Amazon was doing was when I was trying to return them, they were like, would you like to keep them and we'll give you money back?
Oh yeah, take it.
Yeah.
So I don't know how closely you follow the PC space anymore, but I'm telling you, we are all fucked. And like the crypto shortage of 2020, I remember when I first saw your videos, you were going for 580s back then. Dude,
$500.
it's gonna be so much worse. Like so much worse. Like
I disagree. So like the shortages are there. Like I understand you're going to have these shortages, but the demand is not there. Like, and if you're like, oh, gamers are in more demand of getting these cards than crypto miners, absolutely not. Because a gamer will have 1 graphics card. A GPU miner will have 100. So there's a significant difference between the two. And gamers now, I used my 3080 for the longest time and jumped to a 5070, but you have the high 3000 series, you have the 4000 series and the 5000 series out in the wild that people can pick from. Versus when we were trying to get cards, it was only 30 series. It was like this big. So I don't think the shortage is going to be anything like what we experienced.
But it's not that. The problem is the RAM prices are going up, and what I'm trying to say is that so once this supply of GPUs is gone from the market, right? New GPUs will go through the roof because the VRAM prices are going through the roof, and it's going to be like if you want one graphics card, that graphics card is going to cost 50 to 60% more because of the RAM prices. The AI boom is real, and we are so fucked. Like some of the
big thing there though, you have to remember is the fact of like your everyday person, like right now, great example over the last year, like doesn't really have that additional disposable income. So it's not like it was back in the Ethereum days where like, I will be honest, most of us had a lot of extra money to spend on these things versus now. People are not going to spend extra money. They'll be like, all right, like I'm not buying, like I entirely skipped over the 4000 series. Yeah. My first 5000 series card was the 5070 that's in this rig right now. I just don't think that's going to occur. We have like 3 series almost of GPUs that are acceptable for gaming right now. And I get it. Like, yes, you're right. They're going to be crazy expensive, but I just think people are going to sit back and go, I'm just not going to upgrade.
Well, so you're not wrong, but one thing that's really weird, right? If you look at the prices of 4000 series, they never went down. Like a 4070 Super costs the same as a 5070 right now. It makes no sense. And maybe Max could explain it because maybe it's because of rental demand. I don't know why, right? But the used market is fucked. And the thing that I'm worried about that someone said in the chat actually is that the data centers are buying everything. There's not going to be anything going to consumers. So like the consumer demand is down. You are 1,000,000% right. But like some of the sources I have are telling me that like the production is going to fall off a cliff for consumer products. And that's going to be the problem. So like you're right about the demand, but the supply is going to be gone.
It's interesting. I'm looking to see like the RAM that I have in my Threadripper system. The closest thing I can find is an 8x16 gig. You can't even find the 32 gig modules. I've looked at a number of different, you guys have been talking. Can't even find the 4x32 gigs or 2x32 gigs. You can't find those modules anywhere. The 8x16 gig is over $2,000. It's like almost $2,300 for that RAM. That's insane. I remember I spent, including the Threadripper CPU and the motherboard and the 128 gig was $2,000.
Hobbyist, the RAM you bought, do you mind telling us how much you paid for it and what models it was when you bought it, if you don't mind?
Yeah, the one because a lot of the boards were like B450s,
Yeah.
B550s, stuff like that. So they all used about the same. What did I go with there?
Because
I know they were. I think they were the. I'm looking now, just off the top of my head. They were the G-Skill Tridents, 64 gigabytes. It was 2 sticks of 32 gigabytes, and they were 3,600. And right now, you can't even find them. It looks like it's listed for 350, but let me see what I paid for them.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. So
Yeah.
so 416s is 300.
Yeah, so there were 219 when I bought them, and to give you a date, it was November 9th. So 20 days ago,
Yeah.
they were $219. Now you can't even find them, but the last good price is $349.
Yeah, like
That's crazy. That's crazy.
and it's wild because I heard of these. Someone told me that this was going to be a problem in like the summer, and you're kind of like and then like another person, like it's like one person tells you you're like two people tell you you're like huh, and by the time 4 people tell you it's too late, kind of thing,
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
I'm not
my
planning to
God.
build anything anytime soon now after this. Trust me, I'm
I
good. I'm
have
settled.
to. I'm sorry. I have to buy this. Holy shit! 128 gig, DDR5 6400, RDIMM, so registered DIMM, ECC, open box for $770.
You're all about the
deal.
I know it is a deal, though. You know it is.
Oh my god!
You know it
There's
is.
a $1,200 3060 Ti in 2022. We gotta buy it. That's what you sound like.
I know what you're saying, but that's insane. That's an insane price for that. I'm putting it on hold. Have
You
to.
get 4 days to put it on hold, by the way.
Right, exactly. I can decide from then, but it's crazy. 700.
Max gets off on open box items, so let's be honest. He gets excited.
Okay, yeah, I do get excited. Okay, yes, yeah. Don't want people to take that the wrong way.
That's funny.
Hobbyist,
That's funny.
I actually have a question for you. Do you think
Sure.
crypto mining will take off again once this AI apocalypse happens? Like, you think people will like maybe start GPU mining again, or do you think something will take off, or ASIC mining will be affected?
I mean, no. I mean, I'm not. The ASIC mining and GPU and AI operate in 2 different worlds. In that regard, I would say more on the crypto mining GPU side of it. It's not necessarily like supply or demand. It's not necessarily like the fad or the trend or whatever. With GPU mining, there's just no project doing anything that's creating an avenue for revenue. That's the problem. Like all these crypto mining proof of work projects out there for GPU mining, there's nothing that is like blowing anything out of the water, doing anything revolutionary, having any big partnerships with any Fortune 500 companies that are putting massive amount of transactions on their network that need the demand for graphics. Like none of that exists. No, it absolutely isn't. I mean, seriously, let's be honest here. When Red Panda Mining says GPU mining is dead, it's dead. Like truly, when he says it's dead, it's dead. And like I saw him today doing the 170 HXs, and you could tell there was massive regret in his tone of voice when he's like, I should have just sold my 3070s for 50 grand.
But here's the thing.
Instead, now you got 170s.
He knows that he can rent those for AI compute. We've talked. He talked about it on stream. He has an offer.
Yeah. I mean, with the mass amount that he has, there's absolutely that value there, and for sure. So I mean, to answer your question there, Kurt, man, I just don't. It's not necessarily like do I think it's going to come back? The demand's not there. Now the second part of that is, even if the demand came back in some way, shape, or form, electric rates are up through the roof versus where they were 5 years ago.
You know where we are.
So the challenge is that they have 2 things working against it. There's no demand, no revenue. I mean, honestly, everything's about the dollar, folks. You know that's true. And the second thing is electric rates across the U.S. are up. Well, I get it 100%. Now, I will be honest, back during the early Ethereum, or the days that most of us were into Ethereum, we didn't even look at our electric rates because we were making so much money off of it. It didn't really care. You were like, I don't care what my electric bill is. like not a big deal. But it's definitely gone 2 to 3x up there. So yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon. And it's unfortunate because I love it, but that's why for me, like I've started to diversify not only my hardware but my channel content. Always crypto mining, of course, but I love to dabble into other things. Like I've dabbled into DeepIn every once in a while, dabbling now into the AI side. I just like diversifying because it brings in new audiences.
So with mining, right? What do you think? And Max, stop me if I'm going off grid, but like, what do you think is the power rate you need to survive for even ASIC mining? Like, how low is it now? Because like I feel like most content creators are dead. Like the only mining I'm doing is like home mining, like to heat your house, like home ASICs to heat your house, where like you don't care if the ASIC makes you money. It's a source of heat that basically means you don't heat for free. Like you get paid to heat your house is all.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say anything under 10 cents all in with ASIC mining, you're fine. Like, because you're still profitable in that regard. I think you just have to keep a very close eye on what like machines you're actually running. You know, are they efficient? Are they actually worth it? I think something I've done more proactively over the last year, which has served me great, is I've continued to look at my miners as assets and selling them well before they're not profitable. So great example, the Gold Shell DG Max. You know, it came into play. That's a full-size ASIC. It came into play when script mining started to really, you know, was really the talk of the town and everything. You know, the L9 came out, the Gold Shell. Anyways, long story short, I sold that unit when it was still making $6 a day. Well, now it makes like $1 a day. So it's like, okay, cool. Like I'm taking advantage of it. I sold it. So I did all of that and I've continued to do all that. So for me, I'm constantly selling like 2 to 3 ASICs. I have them for sale and I'm just selling them, but I'm also buying as well. So like that's the big difference as well for me. So I think you need to be smarter with the miners you're running. And like I learned, I have several ASICs that literally I held on to way too long and they literally are not worth the scrap they're made of. So it's like, okay, and if you're you could be selling them in under 12 months. It really just depends. It's all a game that you have to master.
Wild. You know what will be wild, bridging both the AI and the crypto world. That DeepSpeak, when it came out, Max, you know this. They were talking about running cards like parallel to each other, like taking the VRAM from every card and combining them into one. And if they figure out a way to do that, with like the 170HXs, you imagine how much those cards are going to go up in value? Because what are they worth now? Like $150, $200? Used to be 13,000, right, or something crazy.
Listen, Max is busy over here. He's spending money, you know.
Money. I already did
here.
That. Now I'm just trying to figure out what I can get it for, man. I'm a busy man. I'm making money.
Listen,
like, dude, that is crazy. I'm guessing here's probably what happened. Micro Center probably got this return and said, what is 128 gig of RAM? Like I said, $770 still sounds like a lot for 128 gig, but they probably didn't take the RDIMM into account. If you look that exact RAM up on Newegg right now, it's selling for twice.
Just buy it. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for, Max? Just buy it.
Like I said, I already put it on reserve. I already put it in reserve. Now I just got to figure out how much.
And now, and hobbyist, he has 4 days to figure out if he wants to buy it or not. So he can.
It's on hold. It's on hold.
Max, you better get out on that street corner and start making that money between now and then. You got 4 days to figure out where that $700 is coming from, brother.
No, I don't need to worry about that. I'll have before I even pick it up.
Dude, hobbies. I send Max
DMs at Micro Center.
I send him DMs about $2,000 5090s, and he's like, "I'm busy."
I did not say that. I didn't see it.
Don't respond, which is worse.
No, the problem was I had like a super busy day at work. I do actually work for a living, or I actually do have to do things all day long. I can't even have time to
throw shade. I feel like you're throwing shade this way or something.
Dude,
I don't know.
Hobbyist, you should see when behind the scenes at Mining Disrupt, Hobbyist grabbed everyone together to stream. He had charts and screens and charts, and he's like, "You guys don't do that?" I'm like, "No, I'm gonna now."
That's right. There you go. There you go. Hey, do what you got to do. I think that's great. It was funny talking about like buying cards and stuff. I told Max I'm on the hunt too. So a separate rig that I've been building outside of all the AI rigs that I put together from you and from Hawk, and I bought all that money, the memory and everything from the 3090s. they're all up and ready to go. But I've been building a larger rig, which is a super micro board, has the Epic CPU. It's got 512 memory. I bought the C-Pane crazy adapter, cables and adapters from overseas. Have an Omega frame. I got platinum power supplies for it. So it's my big girl. It's my big girl. And but now I have no GPUs for it. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna buy one a month is my goal. And so I was looking at the 5090s, but the cost is just that I can't buy a 5090 every month. I'm not max voltage here. So I'm like, all right, so what am I gonna do? So I started to look at 4090s and I found one today. It was actually down in Washington. And I was going to make the drive down there for it on Wednesday. And this was the one I sent you, Max, and it looked good. It was like but this is where I think I caught the guy. The guy he had pictures of it in the box. It was never opened, brand new, bought it on a trade. But
wait. Hold on a second. I know what you're saying now. Well, then how the hell was he testing it?
Okay, just wait.
Yeah.
So there's a video as part of the Facebook Marketplace listing that shows like a screen, showing the screen and showing the NVIDIA control panel. And so you can see everything in there. So I'm talking with the guy. I'm like, all right, cool. Wednesday's good. I'm going to pay $1,800 for it. It's
too cheap. It's a scam.
Or 4090. I'm like, okay, cool. We're chatting back and forth. I'm like, okay, that'll work out well. And I'm like, listen, I really need you to test it and provide video footage of testing it before I commit 4 hours, 2 down, 2 back doing this. And he got back to me. He's like, well, it's brand new. Like it's still in the box. It's still sealed. And then and then I thought about it and I was like, wait, in his listing, he's showing a video with it. So I messaged him and I'm like, brother, we got a conflict here. You're telling me it's been unopened and sealed, but you're showing me a video of it. He goes, I got 2 of them and I opened one and tested it. I didn't open this one and test it or anything. And I was like, ding, 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 red flags going off. And I'm like, listen, I'm not going to drive 2 hours if you haven't tested it and can show proof of testing it. If not, I'm going to bring a mini setup and I'm going to test it right there on the spot. Oh, I got to talk to my business partner about this. I'm like, dude, this guy is, that graphics card. I'd open up on the spot and either one, it wouldn't be a 4090, it'd be a box of rocks, or I'd get it back and it's like missing the chip and the memory. Like, and it's like
so hobbyist, do you see that Gamers Nexus video where they talk about stripping out the RAM and the CPU from?
I did not see the video, but I've seen loads of eBay listings of that. What are people doing with those?
So what they're doing is they're taking it overseas and modding them, right?
Okay.
And they're modding them to 96 gigs or
yeah.
So you're gonna see so many scam listings, but the point is, right now there are people in my area. You know where I live, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of the people on my Discord, they buy 5090s and they sell them. Right now, the 5090 from these guys is going. They used to pay $2,400 for a 5090. All the people around me that I know that have them told the China guys to go fuck themselves, right? So now they're up to $2,600 to $2,700 for a 5090. So if these guys are willing to pay that much to ship them to China, you better believe that nobody's selling them less than that. And
can I buy one of those 5090s with 96 gigs? Because that would be awesome. I want one of those.
But they're expensive. And you gotta get them from China, and you gotta have the contact. But
that's like back during probably the middle of the GPU craze with GPU mining. You were able to get, was it the 3060s or there were some 3060s that were like the 3060Ms or whatever that had more memory in them, or the 3070s that had more, and you could buy them and you would get them from China. It was the same thing they were doing with the 3060s and the 3070s, which was absolutely wild.
So I was telling Max, 5090s right now, the cheapest you'll find them is about $3,000. And once this initial supply of Astrals sell off, they're going to come back in stock at about $4,000. So if you're not okay with spending $3,000 on a 5090, don't just pretend you'll never.
Well, that's why for me, I'm looking for 4090s right now. Because I think that's more. There's nothing in there.
That's a
look at it. You can see what happened. What'd you do? Why is that?
This is a bad what do you call it?
Vapor chamber.
Thank you. The vapor chamber has a leak.
Oh, that's weird.
So
Okay.
I was lucky. Swamp 7, I don't know if he's still here. He water blocked all of his. So
Oh,
he had a
okay.
bunch of extras. So he sold me one.
I'll be right back.
So,
Oh, nice. Nice. That's
yeah,
awesome.
it worked out really
Awesome.
well because they were just sitting there. So he
Yeah.
sold it to me for half of what I would have had to pay for one on eBay. So he was just
Okay.
happy to get something for
Gotcha.
it. So
Gotcha.
this thing must have been probably a pretty penny to actually ship because it's heavy, really heavy.
Oh yeah, those are definitely, dude. So I swear I've been watching my the reliability like a hawk, and I swear they were sitting at 98.9 for over 12 hours before the one, and I'm like, why? But everything else was ticking up so quick, and then finally it rolled over to 99. I now have 2 more at 98.9, another one at 98.7. I mean, they're going up quick versus from what you had told me. Versus what you'd seen.
Yeah, as long as they are going up in order. If one starts passing another one, you kind of go, maybe something's going on. But as long as they're all staying in that same order. But yeah, it definitely slows down a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. Well, it's nice though, because the internet speeds on the benchmarks are 800 by 700 on every single one.
So
which is really nice.
You know that you had yours like up before mine and like my last two, and they're still sitting at 96.6.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh yeah.
And
So
they're
mine are
still
going
ticking up.
a lot faster.
Yeah, they're still taking. Oh, wait a minute. I know why. Remember what's going to happen. The first time they get rented, what did I tell you?
I don't remember.
They go down by 3%. The first
Oh,
time
that's
they get
weird.
rented, yeah, it is.
Why?
So that's why
That's
mine
so
actually
weird.
are ahead of yours. So like I put these up right before yours. How are they lower than yours?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
why.
Yeah.
Because each one of these has been rented a little bit.
That's so odd. Yeah. So I did order. I committed, even though I didn't want to. I committed to the UniFi ecosystem. And so yeah. So I have a few switches coming. And pretty much taking that step as well. So yeah, it'll be good. I mean, I'm only utilizing it. I love to see more of those switches at 5 gig, but their switches are half 2.5 and half gig. So I'll split them up. And because I have a DMARC and 2 IDFs, one in my shed, one in the closet here, I'm going to need to use those. So I'm just going to put them with my existing switches, and then just everything will wire into the UniFi things first, and then plug into my unmanaged. I have like unmanaged Netgear switches, and that'll do the trick for me there. But yeah, it'll be nice. So at least the AI rigs will all be on 2.5, and because I have 5 down, 5 up on the WAN side, I'll be able to take advantage of that. Which
You
will be
get
awesome.
you get 5 down, 5 up where you live.
Yep. Yeah,
Wow.
they moved. So I was in the area that I'm in. They took forever to actually run fiber in my neighborhood because it's all below ground. There's no above ground. So they did my neighborhood last, finally upgraded. And in order to encourage their customers to move away from traditional coax, they upgraded everybody from whatever service you had with them. You could go to fiber and you could pick the plan you wanted to go with. So you could do 2.5, it's all symmetrical, or 5.5. So I went to 5.5. By the time I was done, my bill was $4 difference.
What?
And I was like, wow.
What if you don't? I mean, if you don't mind my sharing, what company, or can you talk about that?
Yeah, I can't tell you what company because it's such
Gotcha.
a small area.
I'll ask you off camera.
so-
I was just curious. I was surprised.
Yeah.
My wife's parents live by you, so I was just curious.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah. So it's awesome now. So, and it's been solid. Like ever since I moved to it, I have not had any issues at all, which is really what pushed me as well to start like running my own nodes at home, my Caspa node now, my Bitcoin node, because now I just have that opportunity. I mean, the latency is fantastic. It's very low, which is nice.
Is that where you're using your shed for, or are you putting the AI rigs in your shed?
The shed here has all my AI rigs and all of my small solo Bitcoin miners. And then I have like my solo Bitcoin node in there. I have my NAS unit, my server in there. But yeah, I'm gonna have to pull everything out, reorganize the shelving to fit everything, especially when I build that behemoth of a rig.
What's
in there?
What's your power rate? Because I'm screwed. Like I went from 9 cents to 18 in a span of like 6 months. And there's
Yeah,
nothing
mine's
I
up
can do
there.
about it.
Mine's up there around 17, 18 cents. Same thing. I mean, now my electric bill was like $400 last month
Yeah.
here. So it wasn't too bad. I mean, the solar offsets it a tiny bit, but I don't even really keep it in mind. But that's the thing is like I'm not running anything crazy right now. The AI rigs aren't rented yet because I just got them up and they're getting verified. So I mean, there's 8 rigs there. So if they're running full time, let's say they do get rented and they're running all the time, it'll be more. But at the end of the day, I'm not as concerned about it. But I write off my entire electric bill at my house for my business.
Well,
Yeah.
so my accountant will only let me write off, like I have to take my electric bill pre-mining and I have to subtract it, which is annoying, but it is what it is. But have you noticed that like in PA, we just went from like being able to shop around to just being screwed overnight, basically?
Yeah, and that's a lot. I've talked to Max about it a lot about PJM and how that all works. Believe it or not, Pennsylvania is actually looking to leave PJM based
Really?
off of what I read. Yeah, the
Interesting.
governor Shapiro is actually threatened and talking with PJM about leaving them entirely because of the mass. That's good, yes, because of the massive increase that they've seen and trying to bring more of that internally to Pennsylvania, and trying to which is great. Like, love to see that be kind of it happens. You get things become so challenging that all of a sudden now you go back more to like grassroots, like kind of doing that. So that happens, which is normal. I'd love to see it. PJM is a great thing on paper, but the challenge is like it all comes down to not having enough power plants available and the demand going up. And I'm not just saying like electric cars, or a lot of people point fingers at data centers and stuff. We as a society are using electric significantly more than what we used to, and we just don't the power plants aren't there, you know, like they're just not getting built fast enough. I read a lot into this about where the challenge is, and it's there's a ton of red tape with getting a new power plant up.
Well, there's that. The other part of it is that there were a bunch of problems with peaker plants last year where they weren't reliable enough. So when it came time to actually bid for how much power was going to cost, you couldn't bid using a peaker plant. So any natural gas facilities could not be included, which I thought was kind of weird, but evidently it's part of the rules. So I don't know. It's interesting that they want to leave PJM. I'm not sure if that's going to really do anything for them, because, you know, it's not like the others I think may be subject to some of the same rules, but maybe not. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they want to leave, is because Pennsylvania may have a lot of natural gas fired power plants.
Well, and that's the big difference is Pennsylvania has some of the most power plants per state capita, I believe is how it works. And so it is old. Believe it or not, actually in Pennsylvania, they were actually going to be retiring several power plants this year just based off of age, and they've now extended those several years just because like the demand is there. But the biggest challenge is, and this is across the US, is that power plants, there's so much red tape, whether it's green energy, alternative energy, or traditional fossil fuel energy. There's so much red tape around it that is one thing that actually PJM brought up, that one of the challenges is they can't get these power plants open fast enough, and they were actually looking to move to the reaching out to the federal government to find out how they can bypass, like how they can speed that process up, which I think is totally legitimate. Like that's really the big challenge. And I know the current administration is very interested because, you know, they very much see the value in just bolstering up that. I would love to see us lean into more nuclear, but we also know that's not like, oh, I'm going to turn up a nuclear power plant in 6 months. Like that is like a 10-year project. And so the challenge is like, we're in need of it yesterday. You know what I mean?
You're right. I mean, certainly to get like these massive nuclear projects, yes, but they're putting in more of a, being able to build smaller nuclear plants that are built safer, have different moderators. So it doesn't have the same risks as the current, because everybody thinks of nuclear as like, oh my God, I hope we don't go nuclear because of everything that
3 Mile
Island.
Listen, we're in Pennsylvania.
3 Mile Island.
3 Mile Island dominates.
Chernobyl. Those are all
drive across that bridge. Hobbyist knows. You see the towers right on your left or your right. Hobbyist knows what I'm talking about. They're right there, and we don't care.
Is that 3 Mile Island?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's what I
There's
thought.
no, actually TerraWolf was actually right on 3 Mile Island. TerraWolf sold that facility. It's like a private equity firm now that runs it. But yeah, there's a Bitcoin mining farm literally using 3 Mile Island's power, like right there, excess power
right.
from their nuclear.
So funny thing, and hobbyist, maybe you know, I knew a guy. I met him actually at CES a few years ago. Big player in the mining space. Their company or his partners, they would go around to Pennsylvania and they'd buy some of the old power plants that were getting torn down and decommissioned, and they'd help them clear it all out. In return, they got to use their connection, like the connects that the power plant has to the grid,
Yeah,
and they'd get to put up. They leased the space for a few years. What they told me. And I don't want to say too much without giving anything away, but they said that basically Pennsylvania, like the power companies, were like, we're done decommissioning these plants. We got to keep them up for a while longer. And a lot of those deals fell apart. And that was about the time that our bills went to shit because this was hobbyist idea. So I got to give them credit. We found this place called Inspire, and we took them for everything they were worth. They had this thing where their supply was flat. So the more power you used, the less it ended up costing you.
No, I know.
And at the end of the bill, hobbyist, maybe you had this. They told you how much coal you saved. And at the end of my 2.5-year contract or 2-year, whatever, they were like, you saved 86,000 tons of coal from being burned. And I was like,
yep.
Oop.
Oh yeah.
Because you found that loophole, and we took that company for everything they were worth.
Yeah, well, they didn't have anything in their agreements that said how much per kilowatt hour you could use per year. So that was the nice thing, is that you could jump on it, and they kind of realized that very quickly. So by the time that was ended up being done, which was probably about 2 years or so.
Yeah, we got about 2.
They then added in 2 methods. The first method was that they would look back at your 12-month history to determine if this was an acceptable plan for you, and the average you had to be around in order to qualify was 15,000 kilowatt hours a year, and so right away that they would be like, you don't qualify for this. And I even remember with that same company, after my first year, they because I got on it earlier than anybody, they looked at my 12-month history and they came back and they were like, okay, we're not going to charge you $99 a month for unlimited power. We're going to charge you $500 a month. And I was like, where do I sign? Like,
it was still worth it. I remember him telling you that because like I joined at the time where like I was the last guy who got another year contract, because we were talking and he was like, did you get re-upped? And I said, I got re-upped. And he's like, well, you must be the last one because they're not re-upping anybody. Because I remember yours ran out a few months before mine, and then when you couldn't get back on, I'm like, oh shit, I'm screwed.
Well, I did it here, and then I did it at my electrician's property on my first shed, which that allowed me my first year there, because the first shed had a 150 amp sub panel off of his house. So his 12-month history looked beautiful. Single guy, electrician, never home. They were like, wow, you qualify for this. $99, no problem. But yeah, then after that, they stopped offering those, which was pretty crazy for sure. But yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do 100%. I had to go. So my second commercial service that I had videos on more recently.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was installed on October 20th. And one of the challenges in Pennsylvania, one of the values and challenges in Pennsylvania is that you can shop your supply. It is not deregulated. I forget what the word I'm looking for.
It doesn't feel like you can shop anymore. Like, I don't know about you, but
yeah, so you could shop it. So the challenge is that even though they came out and put my new meter in on the 20th, I had no account number. So if you don't have an account number, you can't shop your electric. So what does that mean? That means that you use the power company's rates. No one wants to use the power company rates. They're the worst ones out there, at least in Pennsylvania. And they're like, oh yeah, our rates are great, So I had emailed them, didn't get anything back. So finally I called, spoke to this great lady named Linda at the power company. Shout out to you, Linda. I know you're not listening. And chatted with her and was like, listen, here's my issue. Like, I need my account number so I can shop my electric. And it's illegal for you guys not to provide it to me because I need to be able to shop my electric. And I can't do that. And I'm like, listen, this is how much power I use on my second service. I'm using a quarter of that right now because I have 5 ASICs online right now. And I said, my electric bill is going to be through the roof because you guys aren't providing it. So I said, are you guys going to reimburse me? Because I'm not able to shop my electric. Oh, we can't do that. And I'm like, well, I'm sitting here. I have no account number. I have a company that I have a 3-year contract with that's ready to amend my contract and add this second account to it. And I can't do that. And I said, so what are we going to do, Linda? And she's like, let me rush this. We'll have it done by Monday. I'm like, so I got my account number, got it over to the company I'm working with, who added it to it, and so I'm waiting to hear back from them. But like, those are the games you play, which is so painful to say the least.
Hey, I have no complaints with ComEd. They haven't sent me a bill for 3 months.
Yeah, but that happened to me. You get rebuilt like Pico. Pico didn't send me a bill for 8 months, and then it was like, here's your bill, and I'm like,
no, I know.
Yeah.
So then you have to go through it to make sure you didn't get screwed. Because like as hobbyists will know sometimes, or you'll know, sometimes you're like, well, how much did I mine this month? Why is this month higher? And you have to like backtrack, and it's a nightmare trying to make sure you didn't
Max,
get
why
screwed.
haven't you gotten a bill in? Because your whole changes with the solar company, right?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
it's not because of solar, because that had already kicked in by the time this.
Okay.
Because of the heat pump and being all electric heat. So when you do that, you save about like 3.1 cents. It's like I don't know, I forget.
So they have to make adjustments to your account
per kilowatt hour, and they're struggling with their billing department is so screwed up. I talked to a guy. I had a project manager call me, and we had a great conversation. It was like an hour, because he's like, for a residential user, you are like right up there in like at least the top 5%, if not the top 1% of users for residential. And he's like, what are you doing? And I said, well, I've got like a mini data center in my basement. I got 200 amp service. I'm definitely residential, but I'm using it all the time. And he's like, okay, well, that makes sense. And he's like, well, now I understand why you're trying to do this. He had actually told me, he's like, I don't know if this is going to fly. And I'm like, well, I vetted this ahead of time and you guys said it was going to work. And so I went ahead and bought a heat pump as a result. And then he's like, oh, no. Your audit, the guy who came out and audit said it was 100% heat, electric heat. You're good. I'm like, all right, cool. So there shouldn't be any question about whether or not I qualify.
Yeah.
But their billing department is so utterly slow in making changes. And he even told me, he's like, look, once you get your bill, we'll spread it out. He's like, you just got to call in and say, we don't expect people
because it's so high.
Right.
Yeah.
But now here's the thing. Yeah. It won't be that high because I have credits going on my account from Community Solar.
Oh,
so
that's right. I saw your
that.
video on that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I am paying that. I actually am going to be doing a full video on that soon. But yeah, I mean, it's I've gotten my first 2 bills. What's weird is it's like delayed like 3 months. So like I just got my bill from July.
Yeah,
that I have to pay by December 15th.
I had the same thing. So when I got my new transformer in and I got the new service in, they actually ran me. I mean, this was only because I had amazing engineers with the power company and because I spend $5,000 a month in my electric bill. So like they're willing to move mountains. So like they reran all of my cable and upgraded all the cable from a 350 cable to a 500 cable. Even in the old shed, they reran that line as well for me, and they put in a new meter. Well, because they put in a new meter on that account, I didn't get an electric bill that month. Well, I was, happy as a clam. Right. Except the following month, I get a $10,000 electric bill. I was like, holy shit, why is this so high? And then I'm like, okay, it's yeah. I started to feel like Voscoin when he's like, my electric bill is $17,000. I'm like, oh my God. Which that's absolutely insane. But that's why for me, like, I'm not going to rush into filling my new shed. 1, because the cost, and 2, because like new miners are coming out all the time. Like, and I don't want to max out that shed and then be like, okay, I don't have room for any miners. So my goal is to slowly increase that.
How long?
Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you, how long is your power contract for? Like, how long are you
3
guaranteed?
Years.
What?
3 years.
So
3 years.
When you planned your shed, because I know you're an incredibly good planner, did you plan like, okay, I have 3 years to make this, to break even on this, basically? Or do I don't look at break even in ROI.
That's an old. That's so difficult to figure that out.
No. I know, but what I'm trying to say is, for all the money you put in on the infrastructure, theoretically, your power rate could quadruple. Like me, I have this 400 amp shed that's not worthless in the sense that I did it early enough where it's fine, but I'll never use 400 amps in that shed again because I'll never you and I will never crypto mine in our sheds again, probably. You know what I mean? At home. So like, did you take that into account when you expanded again?
No, I expanded just because like the power rate was good. I have the funds to continue to buy ASICs, to continue to accumulate crypto but for me, I'm selling 80% of my crypto rewards go into USDC every day. I've been doing that for 8 months, and I'm using
probably
that
the smart call.
using that for power, and it's great. But the difference is that our mindset as crypto miners like 3 years ago was like mine and hodl and hold and everything.
Never again.
And now it's very much like 10% into Bitcoin, 10% into Dogecoin. Those wallets continue to grow, and then the rest of it's operating funds. Is what it is. You really got to operate it like that, you know.
So DJ's poking, running as a business, wouldn't be good knowing what your break even and ROI would be? But here's the thing: a lot of it is what now you're saying. Now you got to predict the price of Bitcoin. And you don't know what it's going to be, 3 months from now. I mean, obviously, the faith is that it's going to go up. So you're going to have sometimes where you're making good money, and sometimes you're not making as much.
Well, I mean.
Exactly predicting when that's going to happen. And obviously when Bitcoin goes down in value, you're making less and your hardware is worth less. But as price goes up, and we all have the faith that it is going to go up, as it goes up, you're going to make more, and your hardware is going to be worth more.
To kind of go off what Hobbyist said though, like when I talk to people about home ASIC miners now, I basically say you have to look at a home ASIC miner as a heater. Like it's not a source of value anymore. So like I have a DG Home 1 mining. It's mining into Bitcoin, and I'm literally just, I don't care. Like, and I have an Avalon that's mining into the one's Doge and there's Bitcoin, and I'm just holding it. Now it's not. They're like, so are you like a long-term strategist? And I'm like, no, it's just an asset from heat. Like the heat is the asset, and the crypto
byproduct.
Bonus.
Byproduct. Yeah.
Well, no. For me, the heat is what I'm paying for, and the crypto is the byproduct.
Yeah. I mean, even in DJ's world, looking at that, Pokemon's the same way. You're buying those assets, and you don't know what they're going to be worth. You assume they're going to go up in value. Maybe they will, maybe they won't in that regard. And so, I mean, I think the thing that works for me from a business perspective is like, I have multiple income streams, and that's the difference is like, I'm not just like, oh, crypto's one of 6 income streams I have currently right now with what I'm doing, and I operate all of them under one business. And any smart business owner will say, hey, you diversify your income streams, so if one isn't doing as hot, you definitely want, hope you work towards those other income streams so that they will carry you through. Well,
it's like content, right? Like you building that shed is content, you getting sponsors is content. So like maybe something that's not worth it, all that so maybe you're making like X amount on the shed, but what people don't understand is you got the sponsorship for X amount of money, you got the content that generates X. Like it all goes back into one. And like for example, for me, this AI farm thing I'm doing, right, my AI shit isn't even on right now. Like it's in a box. But like the 50 series, like the 90 class GPUs are like a store of value. Like they're worth more than gold at this point. It's wild. Like a 4090 came out almost 4 years ago now, and it's worth more than it, and it's held its value. Like people, like how Hawk would talk about like the L7 being a store of value. The 4090, like if you bought a 4090 to mine crypto, I said you were stupid. I'm the stupid one because you paid $1,400 to $1,600 in 2022. What ASIC is still worth what you paid 3 years ago? Is there any?
Yeah.
No, I mean I'm asking you. I don't know.
I'm sorry, bring that question back. What was that again?
You ended with? So there was a miner who told me that everybody who bought ASICs were morons. He said, I bought 4090s. They will be worth more in 3 years than any ASIC. And he was right because they're worth $2,200 right now. Is there any ASIC that's worth more than what you paid 3 years ago? Or like that released 3 years ago that's worth more than what it started at, like its initial cost?
Some of their value has definitely shifted. Like L7s for sure, their value has gone up and down over the last 3 years in that regard. You'd have to look at like if you held the Dogecoin and then sold it like when it was 46 cents and such. That's another thing to look at. I think where people get into that challenge is like people forget that like ASICs have a value and that you can resell them at any time. So like great example, like an L9 could go, a lot of these script miners could go through the roof if Dogecoin goes back to where it was November to February. Who knows if it ever will, but if that ever happens, those miners are going to go for quite a pretty penny. I mean, that's why the L9s were 17 grand. You know what I mean? Because they were printing out, you know, $65 a day in revenue, which was absolutely wild to say the least. So yeah, definitely. I mean, the 4090s, absolutely. Like I love the fact that like, hey, a few years later, you know, they're still worth quite a bit of money. The nice thing is about the 4090s, I was talking with somebody about this today, is the fact of, you know, they serve dual purposes. And even at the end of the day, if you're not going to use it for AI, you can sell it to a gamer.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
You can't do that with your ASICs.
And
You know, exactly.
That's the whole reason why I never got into ASICs. I was like, I'm going to stick with GPUs because I understand that market. I don't think that market's changing a lot. They're going to hold their value. Of course, they will depreciate a little bit, but that's okay. I'll easily make up for that with what I make on them. So
and it's funny, like look at the 3090, right? The 3090, I don't know if hobbies, did you share how much you paid on your video? I don't remember. For
I paid $500, between $500 to $600. So I would say about the medium was about $550 at 3090.
So that's an incredible deal because they're about $700-800 right now. Correct. And if you think about it, these you guys want to be old. These GPUs are almost 6 years old, right? Mm-hmm. And they were $1,600 6 years ago.
Sure.
They were worth $1,000 at one point this year.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, in the chat, they're talking about Zcash miners and Rizzo's like, so I should sell them 100%.
Oh, dude,
yeah, hell yeah.
Like you have to remember, like, and I tell people it's called hardware arbitrage. When your miners pump and they're all of a sudden doing, like, listen, no one gave two rat's asses about Zcash or your Z15s or your Z15 Pros going back 6 months ago. No one cared about it. They were paperweights on a shelf. And for those of you guys that held on to them and was like, all right, I don't feel like selling it, it's not worth it, good for you. But now that market has flipped, this is 100% a bubble. And like, that's why people approach me and they're like, should I go ahead and buy several Z15 Pros? I'm like, no, you're paying for them up here. If you have those ASICs, whether it's GPUs, let's say, whether it's small home ASICs, whether it's Zcash miners, and it's at the peak, if you've learned anything over the last few years, maybe you're new, maybe you haven't had a chance. It's like when they are making the most, that's when you sell 100%. 100%.
My friend Andy has done a video on exactly that, where he talked about his strategy of buying the Bitcoin miners in the bear market, and he was talking about hardware arbitrage. He's like, he's going to sell it once Bitcoin goes up, and those miners are going to be worth the most.
I know. I know nothing about ASICs compared to hobbyists. I'm just gonna be straight up. Like, I don't know. I know home ASICs right now, and that's it. I'm out of the game. I don't claim to be. People ask me all the time, should I buy Zcash miners? And I'm like, on what planet is it smart to buy a paperweight? And like, I have so many friends in my Discord who are like, oh my God, I have to unrust these Zcash miners so I can sell them for borderline. Like, they're selling these borderline dead Zcash miners for so much money. And they're like, should I wait? And I'm like, why would you wait? I mean, hobbies, what actually do you know, like, is Bitmain just pumping the price because they're going to release a Zcash miner? Like, do you know why these are so expensive?
There's a lot of privacy coins that have gone up, and there's been speculation with Bitmain in bed with Binance, and are they going ahead and pumping this? But the difference is, and a big tall tell is that, like, Bitmain doesn't have units available to April. So if it was Bitmain involved, you think they would go ahead and have like pre-orders lined up like that? Maybe they're playing the game, and then Zcash is going to crash, and Bitmain, they're going to be like, well, you pre-ordered this, so you're shit out of luck.
Oops.
Yeah. So something DJ had talked about is AL3s, and I wanted to give DJ some insight. So I bought 2 AL3s at the time that I think DJ had 20, was it? So we purchased right around that same time period, somewhere between, I think it was like 3,700 to 4,200, somewhere in there per unit. But anyways, I held on to one. I still have one right now. I actually have it hosted. It's a 100% a gamble play on a lithium. But the other one I decided to sell. So I sold it for $550. So if you're looking for an avenue, I know you're not recouping your costs and you're probably just looking to get out. of those units, but I sold them on eBay for 550 not too long ago, and it sold. So maybe there's an opportunity for you there to at least recoup some of that money with the AL3s.
So hobbyist, I have a question for you.
Sure.
This is unique because we all know like Mod and some of the lithium people, right? And like they seem like legitimately smart people, and the coin has legitimate real world use cases, right? And like I would totally argue that because I know some people in lithium, and because I like them, and because I don't believe they're scamming, and because I believe in lithium as much as I could believe in any coin. Do you think that maybe there's some bias in there? Because like it's not going anywhere, but I feel like it could. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm not biased because I think Dynex is a straight up fucking scam, right? I really do. And I know Max or not. I know Matt Electron and I know some of the Dynex people, but I legitimately think it's a fucking scam. I don't think Lithium is a scam, but Lithium's going nowhere. So it's kind of like hard to pull the.
Well, I had a great conversation with Greater Good Mining last week. I dropped a video with him discussing Caspa. And it was a really good video. Go over and check it out. But it applies to a lithium through and through, where it's very much like having a great project and a great team means nothing if you're not partnering with Fortune 500 companies. As a crypto project, you can't stand on your own. You need to partner with Fortune 500 companies that have a use case for your blockchain, for your technology, and you need those transactions on the network to bring profitability back. And something that myself and Greater Good were talking about is like, has the Caspa project forgotten about the value of the miner? Like the miner is meant for the transactions and the decentralization of the network. Right now, Caspa is 50% of the hash rate it was last year. It has come down immensely. The challenge is that this has nothing to do with their emission schedule, nothing to do with their project, like with the price of it. This is all coming down to like, what is the use case? And Caspa is a great example. It's the Ferrari. It's the fastest out there. It's the Bugatti out there.
Yeah, it's
that
good.
means nothing.
No one's using it.
Nothing. Exactly. And so the hard part is you have all these brains, all these nerds in a room, and they're really smart. They're doing really cool things. But as I always talk about in my videos, where's your entire business development side of your company? Or which is it a company though? A lot of these are just their projects. That is reaching out to Fortune 500 companies, setting up presentations, setting up how they can value from it. And when you talk with these companies, they have like one guy from like Istanbul, that's their business development guy, and that's it. And it's like, holy shit, your project's awesome, but you're going nowhere. And that's why Caspa has become a stable coin pretty much, because it just bounces between like 3 to 4 cents of that price, and that's it. And it's a real shame, to be honest with you, but that's why Lithium's not doing anything. Like, when's the last time you saw any of these proof of work projects going, we just partnered with Uber, we just partnered with Visa, we just, you know, like,
we don't even know whether that's true or not.
Well, no, but like
what Helium did, and some of the other projects where they said, oh yeah, we're partnering with this company, we're partnering, and it was all bullshit.
So wouldn't you guys say that like that big meme coin boom fucked over the crypto market, like that Melina, Bannon? I'm not talking politics. Forget about politics. Or like that Haktua coin, Bannon, Trump, Melina. Didn't that kind of like take all that investor money and basically like rug it?
Yeah, it sucked all the air out of the room. I mean, basically took all the liquidity.
Like all the meme coins. Like I know Doge is different, and I'm not talking Doge. But like all these meme coins that promised easy money, didn't that kind of fuck over the crypto cycle that we were supposed to be in?
Well, look at the people that invested in those coins. A lot of them were not like people that existed within the communities already. Maybe some of them, but most of the people that weren't investing in proof of work coins, that weren't investing in the world that we live in, right? A lot of those people were like DeFi or were friends of a friend who got into Melina or whatever, and these other ones. So those were outside people, and there was a lot of money, and a lot of people got burned. But it's not like they were going to come over and be like, I was going to invest in a lithium the week before, but now I'm going to invest in this meme coin. It was not the case, let alone Caspa, let alone Dogecoin. So the difference is like, I've heard many people being like, oh, well, all that money should have went into the altcoins. And that's where our altcoin season was, but it went into these meme coins. Unfortunately, meme coins are they have exploded, and they will be very common moving forward because everyone's looking to get rich quick.
Yeah, but
like that's what it is.
But didn't it kill? Like, the problem is, like, so I have friends who are in the banking industry, and crypto is has such a negative connotation, and then these meme coins, like, they don't help the matter, right? Like, you hear the Hawktua rug, you hear any rug, and people are like, oh,
It's not good for crypto. Yeah.
Yeah, but like when there's legitimate like people. I am not a qualified expert in crypto anymore. I'm just gonna straight up tell you that. But if people ask me what crypto I believe in, I tell them two: Bitcoin and Doge. And like, maybe if you want a long-term gamble, Litecoin, right? But like, I tell them avoid everything else as fast as you fucking can. And they're like, what about Ethereum? And I'm like, well, my dumbass is sitting on a ton of Ethereum because I didn't sell out and hold it and then buy back into Bitcoin because I'm an idiot. Now, I don't think Ethereum's going anywhere, but like, I'm not happy about my position. I'd rather be in Bitcoin, shit, even Dogecoin instead of Ethereum.
Nah,
But like,
I watch. Remember, they got a hard fork coming up here very, very shortly, and usually they do pretty darn well around hard forks. So
listen, if I can get out, if I get a chance to get back to Ethereum an all-time high, I am dumping everything into USDT, and I am waiting for the next Bitcoin crash.
see,
So
people get to the point where they're like so like into one coin or the other, and I'm sorry, where I make money in this, yes, I have some long-term holdings. Bitcoin definitely have long-term holdings, but for the most part, the stuff that's altcoins, I'm trading that. Most of think about how often the jump is. Okay, when you all of a sudden have these 30, 40, 100% gains.
Yeah,
Typically we're trading in a range. So when there's the fear and greed, when you feel like, God, I cannot buy a damn thing, I buy. And when everybody else is like, oh man, we're in it, let's go. Nope, I'm selling. I'm selling.
But how many bags, like hobbyist, how many bags of random bullshit crypto coins do you have that are down so much? 100 to 200% rise doesn't even get you even.
It's not about getting even with those, and that's the difference. Is like I probably have 60 different positions right now, but I don't look at 99% of them.
Yeah, no, I don't even care
because those coins are probably not going anywhere. Like Neox, or Neox is a great example.
It's gonna go. We're going to
$1. Right. Yeah, go play their arcade. Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, so but something DJ had said too, I wanted to go back on, was like, we just never got that altcoin season this cycle. So and if you look back at past cycles, when did altcoin seasons occur? It's when people liquidated out of Bitcoin, so a lot of it rolled down into altcoins. Well, now more than ever, people are getting more and more into Bitcoin. Within the ETFs, within investing in it, it's in mainstream media. Bitcoin is a household name. People don't need to know exactly what it is, but they know it exists. And so that's the challenge, is that altcoin seasons have traditionally triggered off of Bitcoin. Bitcoin's not going anywhere. More and more people are getting into Bitcoin. So altcoins need to do something. Something needs to occur, whatever that is, for altcoins to trigger. And the only time we see altcoins react now is when Bitcoin goes up. It's just a byproduct of Bitcoin's price going up, is the altcoins go up. But everyone's sitting by like, I'm waiting for my altcoins to go up 10x. Dude, altcoins are lucky to go up 10%.
Man, it happened. We messed that. We messed that up.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge.
And you know what the crazy thing is? You were talking about the Caspa hash rate. Do you know what's wild to me? The Bitcoin hash rate is more centralized than ever, but the hash rate is going up. Think about everybody who's bought, like hobbyists will tell you, how many times a day do you get asked to promote a solo miner? Do you get offered money to promote a solo miner? Bitcoin solo mining is going through the roof because it's like, especially around the holidays, it's an easy gift you can give someone and be like, this is Bitcoin. So like, whether you're making money or not, how much hash rate is coming on that solo miner hash rate?
Yeah, I think that's huge. I was actually talking with Fully Electric about this today over Discord. We were talking about just how more and more solo blocks are getting hit.
Yeah.
And people are more vocal about it now, but there's more and more solo miners coming online and more solo hash rate coming online. And what does that mean? That means that there's more adoption. There's more people stepping in and wanting to be a lot of people stepping into it aren't looking at profitability. They just want to be a part of something. And so they're like, I want to buy my first solo miner at home. And they're like, great, they get it. And then they get the bug and they buy some more. and they're not even chasing profitability. They just want to be a part of something.
You'll never
So
make
that's
money
why-
on them.
And that's fine. They're not meant
Yeah.
to. And so that's the big point, and that's what I make very clear in all my videos about solo miners is like, this is what it makes. Like I have one coming out on Monday. It's like it makes negative 10 cents a day. This is not meant to make money every day.
But it's a lottery ticket.
Very exactly. And I think the challenge is more and more people just want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
They like this game. That this may be like the new avenue of lottery. You know, you got to think like, you know, your parents or whatever getting big and grandparents big on lottery tickets.
Buy a lottery ticket,
Maybe
$1 a day.
Maybe this next wave is like, I'm going to solo. Maybe that's the next thing that's out there. But the difference is like one just got hit today with an Avalon Q with a solo block. And so it's like fantastic. And it had been online for like a month. Can you imagine or whatever, like being that guy? Like absolutely wild.
But like,
Absolutely wild.
You know what the crazy thing is too is it's brilliant because like the miner might cost you like some $100, right? And then to operate it, what does it cost? Like maybe the average miner costs what, like $100 a year? Maybe less, maybe $50 a
the
year.
solos, they're like nothing. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
but
nothing.
like that. So like, the point is, you're paying like $50 for what, like 300,000 lottery tickets. You get like what, 300,000 blocks, give or take, a year. So like,
Mhm.
you get you're paying for this crack at luck, and you're just writing it off. So like,
Yep.
the Bitcoin hash rate is growing and profitability is going down, and it's amazing that it's happening, and nobody gives it. Well, like the big guys give a shit, but like you and me, well, maybe you care, but like I don't care. I have like 3 or 4 solo miners. I don't care what they make because
Yeah.
it's a sunk cost. So you almost wonder why more networks like Caspa. Why doesn't Caspa do more solo mining? Well, obviously
I
they got,
just
like,
I just posted today. I got my solo Caspa node set up in my shed. I have 3 KS5 Pros solo mining to it because the hash rate has come down so much. I'm testing it out now, but I think they're going to make more money solo mining. It's about 65, a little bit more terahash solo mining Caspa, even when the blocks are so small. It's literally like I go look at my transactions because it's very limited on like you can't set like how much you have to wait to get paid out on.
yeah.
But, like every minute it's hitting a block at that hash rate. And
Wow.
it's like 3 Caspa, but it's like every minute it's earning that. And so it's just stacking up. I tried to put all my ice rivers on it. I have 5 KS5Ls. So I'd be over like 160 some terahash, but ice rivers firmware crashes when it sees an IP address in the stratum. It crashes.
Can't you just mine to a pool? Can you mine to a solo mining pool?
No, but the value is my node is local. I have a Caspa node right there, local in my shed now. So that latency, you could solo mine to a pool, but there's so much more value in having.
No, I get it.
Node.
But isn't it better than not mining with it? Like
No. Correct. I have to test to see with the 3 KS5 Pros.
No, I get what you're
how that's
saying.
going to work out. I'm waiting for them. They're going to send me a experimental what's it called, experimental firmware to go ahead and test it out to see if they can fix it. It's funny, you set it, the IP address, and then you reboot it and it crashes out to the point where you have to factory reset it with the button on the front. Like it's like dead, like you can't do anything with them.
Have you
but yeah.
No, have you one more thing about solo mining? Have you were at Mining Disrupt, didn't they debut some Doge or some script solo miners? What do you think about that?
It's the Hammer Miner. I actually have it coming Monday. I think it's awesome. It's 105 mega hash at 25 watts. If any of you guys have been around since the original Gold Shell Mini Doge, they were 185 mega hash at 233 watts. So this is only 25 watts. And you can pool mine with it if you wanted to, or you can solo mine with it. So it's the next evolution. I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm surprised it took this long. We saw the Gold Shell Bytes come out, and some people were doing some solo mining with those as well. But yeah, I'm excited for it. It's really badass looking. They had a prototype there. It's actually made by and manufactured by the team at ClubSource. They're not like offloading it. Like they are manufacturing it themselves, but they are not selling it. ClubSource is selling it to resellers. They want to start to step away from a little bit of the B2B or B2C and get more into B2B.
You wanna make an introduction? I want to play with that.
Good luck, brother. You better get in line because that's a hard sell for sure.
Nah, I bet it is. That's interesting. Well, I'm curious to see how that Caspa does, but like, I really think you're right about like the pools. And again, it's like another thing of why Bitcoin is different than all the other bullshit cryptos that we got sucked into. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just actually checking up on my Neoxa node.
Oh my! I have 3 of them running still. I have 3 smart nodes running still.
Is it
You guys do with it?
You guys get burned as bad as you got burned with those flux nodes?
Flux nodes actually are making good money now.
Yeah, because they went to proof of Flux went to proof of node. We'll call it for the everyday person. Yeah, it's proof of stake, proof of node. But yeah, the Neoxa ones. Oh yeah, the Neoxa ones were like $2,000. When I first bought into that, when I got it, I converted Bitcoin into Neoxa. Terrible decision back then. Now you can get like a Neoxa node for like 120 bucks.
Yeah, I know. I have one running.
Yep.
And it definitely cost me a hell of a lot more than the 120 bucks.
Yeah, it's crazy where it's at now. Yep, and now granted, I've made a ton of Neoxa from it, but the challenge is just like, holy cow, like what do you know, that's a tough one.
That's Jesus. Do you still talk to? I don't know if you want to answer, but do you still talk to Keller? You still talk to Daniel Keller at all?
I haven't talked to Keller in a long time. There's no bad blood or any challenges in there, but like he actually stopped in my live stream on Tuesday on Twitter, just to stop in and say hi. But I haven't talked with him. I haven't seen him in quite a while, in that regard. And I mean, I think some of that is just there's just a big disconnect between like the community and Flux and what they're doing, and it's just But I've also leaned more into the ASIC significantly more than GPU proof of work mining.
Here's the one thing that I know that you can't really see this, but from what I'm gathering and what I see in their Discord and such, they are focusing more on they have to deliver something. And I don't mean deliver something, I mean deliver something from a sales perspective. Like they're talking about this big customer, and that's all they're focused on right now, because they know that that's the game changer that they need in order to
they need the revenue. Yep.
Dude, they had a
revenue. Just they need that just to turn the corner from a media perspective. It's they talk a good game about all these things that they're doing, and I truly do believe a lot of the things that they're doing, they move the right direction. I mean, think about when we originally came out with nodes, and Goat along with others were saying, dude, nobody is ever going to use these nodes because they're not secure. And so then they came out with Arcane. It took them a long time to come out with that, but now they're there. And so now it's like, now that we've done that, we had to do that. We also needed to increase the revenue for nodes so that we would obviously increase, and get more nodes online once we get this new customer. So I really believe that a lot of what they're doing, they're not necessarily publicizing, which I'm glad, because they've done so much of that where now nobody believes anything that they say. Dude, so I've seen them kind of step away from that. You don't hear them talking about that. And I actually think that that's a good thing. And I think that hopefully that means that they're concentrating more on, well, let's just get to this point. And once we get to this point, we can say, we got there, guys. We finally got there. So we'll see.
I still have my Flux nodes. They're still running. I mean, I haven't mined Flux in 3 years or more. GPU mining at this point. I mean, when was the Ethereum merge? 2022? September 2022, and then I mined Flux and Ergo for a while, and then
we missed the boat not mining Caspa.
We all hoped it would work out then, but after that, I've just had my Flux nodes up and running, and that's it. Like that, my Flux nodes have been just accumulating Flux ever since, and I know now there's a lot more rewards now for people running the nodes, and Max is right. I think Flux needs like a major win. But like that win needs to come out of like whatever that major customer is that they're working towards to build this network on. Like that customer, like that needs to be public, right? Like we're working with company XYZ, and now we have X amount. Like
actually, the thing is, it doesn't actually need to be public. It needs to be public in the fact that all of a sudden you see a huge jump in usage of the node network.
Transactions in order to reward it.
Yeah, we can't say who it is, but you guys can see it in the node network that all of a sudden there's this big jump, and you will see this, this whatever it is. I mean, when like whatever's using it, you can see what it is. We may not know what company that's associated with it, but they'll be able to say, this is the company. This, when you see this running
the
on
rewards go up for running a node. And then if Flux, then it's like, wow, I'm getting paid $20 a day in Flux. This is awesome. And then, you know, all of a sudden the Flux's price would then start to bounce from there, which is good. Yeah, I get it.
So the one thing I remember, so my first CES 2023, that was when I met Daniel Keller. Him and Jeff Key were at CES, which is incredibly expensive to get a booth for. They had a good booth. They had a lot of stuff going on, and they talked about like the future of rentals, the future of like the Flux network. Like they promised a big game, and then it went nowhere.
Well, that was the challenge. Is like Flux was involved in so many things, and it was always like they would talk, the marketing company, like Max said, would talk all this hype about it when it was like a concept, and it wasn't actually like a product. That was the big challenge there. I think now the difference is like all those other things have been put aside, and now like the sole focus is on this node network, which is fine. Like that's the way it should be. Yeah. Single task oriented, focus on it, get it from concept to product and polished, and then you move to the next thing. You can't have a million. You could have a million great ideas, but you don't sit around and advertise and like market them and put them on social media when they're all just concepts. You know,
well,
like
think of it this way: like when Uber first came out, well, hell, it was actually Sidecar first, but when Uber came out, they weren't perfect. They didn't have, you know, there were problems, but they put out a product to bring in investors. And I know that their concept of the GPU rental that they had was, we're going to make this so easy that people are going to be able to use our system and all those kinds of things. And I'm like, think about Vast. Vast is like the polar opposite of that. When it comes to actually deploying on their network, they're getting better. But when originally, no, you had to be like a techie guy and you had to know Linux in order to deploy on their network. Now, again, some of the things that they're doing on that side of things, I think is pretty impressive. But again, there's a lot of competition out there and they don't have the GPUs right now. So we'll see. We'll see.
Well, the challenge there too
needs to happen is that node network customer needs to come on.
Yeah. Well, the challenge there too was like, I love their idea of being able to utilize hardware, especially during the bear market, utilize it for compute, AI compute. And then when it's not being utilized, it would, and you would earn Flux. So it keeps you in the Flux ecosystem. And then it would pivot over to mining when it wasn't being utilized. At a basic concept level, that sounded like a gold mine then, because we needed use for that hardware. They were ahead of their time. I get it 100%, but it was a concept. And instead of going ahead and partnering with all the big GPU OS platforms out there, like Hive, like some of these other ones, they went ahead and decided to spend 2 years building their own operating system.
Right.
What the hell?
We went nowhere.
The challenge is you wanted people to leave Hive to move to your platform. Not a chance.
It was promising.
Why reinvent that wheel?
IotaPie has a perfect, and then I know that this is not his quote. I've heard it before. Perfection is the enemy of good. Flux blew it. Okta spun up GPU rentals in a couple of months.
Yep.
Because they partnered with Hive.
Yeah, I mean, all Flux had to do several years ago, and I'm making it the basic form, was like connect with Hive and be like, hey guys, how do we add this integration in? You had a checkbox into your rig to make it simple and easy on your flight sheet, and bam, 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 thank you, ma'am, we're done. And that could have been like within a month, and then great, and then it's off and loaded, and we would have been in that ecosystem. Every one of us at GPU mining rigs would have utilized that, but instead, you wanted me to move platforms into this. And remember the first one, like it was all Windows with the actual Flux. That was an absolute disaster.
It was like a layer, right? Like basically like a you had to,
it was an app.
Throw Windows and you layered it on top. It was awful.
Yeah, it was an app, and like that's some of the reasons why I don't use Salad anymore, because I'm like, Windows is god awful for any of these platforms, and it's a nightmare to try to run any Salad lot. Like, oh my god, how many reboots and updates and all that garbage, and it's like, no, I'm good. I mean, no thanks. I mean, Nosano was my first stepping stone. Nosano was my first stepping stone, but now Linux is like a big sell.
Yeah, I totally agree. Linux is the way to go because the shit just runs. It just runs.
Yep.
Unless you
Yeah,
have any
salad, you got to
code
check it
wrong.
like once a day. Oh, did it reboot
Mhm.
or did it do this? Did it do that? Like, what the hell's going on with it? So,
Yep.
So what do you guys think is gonna happen with Hive? I was just thinking about that too. Like I got my Hive account. Like, what are they doing? What are they gonna do?
They opened a Bitcoin pool. So that's something they've started to move towards to tap into some of that, which is good. And then of course they're doing like a lot of the other firmware. Use their firmware, you get a discount on the pool side, which is interesting. There was some word on Hive doing like AI rentals type of deal. I don't know what happened with that, but they were supposed to be getting into that because they out of all people should have jumped on that early. Because they had all that customer base.
Oh my god,
like,
everybody.
All those GPUs out there available. They could have went that route. So I don't know where it's at now. And I haven't talked to what is his name?
Don't you cool with Hive? Like, don't you have somebody you know?
Yeah. What is his? Why am I drawing his name? Keaton over at Hive is like my main contact, and he's still there and kicking and everything like that. So yeah, Keaton's actually the one that turned me on to Nosana. Is actually who he had been running Nosana for like over a year. So that was definitely something separate to look at. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. I mean, not sure kind of what they got going on over there, but I feel like that would be an easy pivot for them to do that. Some people said they were going to add in AI integration, so a bunch of the different platforms, so you could kind of pick and choose with like different checkboxes and stuff. But I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting watching these companies evolve because like I think you're seeing now even like I just sold my last bit of mining hardware, like GPU mining hardware. I own nothing except one broken 170HX and 3 broken Radeon 7s that I'm gonna have as like a memorial to like my time, because mining got us into all of this, right? But like GPU mining is dead unless you have free power, basically, right? Like
yeah.
Like when Panda stopped, like you know that he's like the last great hope for GPU miners, but like
yeah.
we all know it's not going anywhere at this point. So like
He's not selling hopium anymore. Okay, the first step is acceptance. All right,
Right, exactly.
acceptance. You know.
no,
Yeah,
but what I'm trying to say is
He's
like,
on his way of the 12 steps.
it's interesting
That's
to
right.
see what these GPU mining companies like Hive, like like whoever, where they're gonna go from here, and are they just gonna
Mhm.
die, or like crypto mining creators, right? Like we're technically crypto mining creators. Hobbyist, you're really the only one that has his foot still in crypto, like in a big way. Like I do advertising for miner bros and I do home ASIC miners, but like I've pivoted to AI. Max does Max things, which is really smart. Like
Max
you know what I'm
things.
saying?
You do Max things. I
do
like Max
I
things.
guess, okay.
Hell yeah, Max things.
No, like what I'm trying to say, Max, is like you're literally one of the AI experts. I'm just this dumbass who has a few 5090s trying to get by, and like Hobbyist still does.
Hey,
crypto,
you want to
but-
sell those 5090s? I'll offer you like $1,000. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah.
like a great
$5,000 is
deal.
my price to sell those things.
Hey, you need
But-
cash? Come on now. You need cash? Let's go. You know.
I
Come
don't
on
need
now. Always looking
cash.
for a deal.
I'm doing that to other miners. But anyway,
That's
like what I'm
right.
trying to get at is like, look for example, how many crypto mining creators are still left in the space that actually put out regular content?
No, I get it.
But-
I think the difference there. What are you laughing at, Max? You got something?
I was laughing at Chef Laheeb. He says, I have 2 Max Things rigs at my home.
Call them
That's
Max
right.
things rigs. I'm telling you, it's a thing.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Cool. I like it. I'm gonna peace out, boys. It's late. I gotta get
Hey,
going.
Appreciate you
guys
jumping
enjoy
on. I do appreciate it. We've been going for 3 hours. So
Wow, it is
Yeah.
midnight o'clock.
Midnight
Oh,
o'clock. That's
Yo,
right.
you guys
I'm
are gonna
peace
laugh.
out.
I have to camp for preschool tomorrow. There is 17 spots for 36 families.
Oh,
So I have to get in line for 5 to 7 hours tomorrow, and it's gonna save me a year of childcare. So these motherfuckers don't know who they're dealing with. They don't know how to camp.
You should be out there tonight. Come on now. This
No,
is like
no,
waiting
I
at
haven't
Best, like this
I
is
don't
like
play by
Max
the
waiting
rules.
at Best Buy. Max waiting at Best Buy for a GPU right here. You better
I
get out
never
there.
played by the rules back then, and I can't out my sources, and I
Step
never
it
play
up.
by the rules now. I have a camera. I basically have a camera set up, and once the first car's there, I'm there.
Okay.
So,
Wow.
but I have to camp for preschool tomorrow, so you guys are gonna laugh. But
They
these
don't.
guys
They don't do
know-
lottery tickets or anything. Once you.
I
get
don't want them to do lottery tickets. I
know
want to
you don't
leverage.
want them to.
I don't play to win, or I don't play to lose. This is a year's worth of childcare. You
I
guys
get
have
it.
kids.
That's
You know how
funny.
expensive childcare is.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Max is like, they've come and gone. They're gone now.
Yeah, they're gone,
Or
man.
Max is probably
No childcare for
grandparent
me.
now.
That's right. That's
I just
right.
gotta buy Christmas
100%.
presents. That's it. That's
That's
it.
right.
Babysit a
That's
cat every once in a while.
Oh, whoa. All right, I'm out, boys. You guys have a good night. I'll leave
Later.
you.
Later.
Thanks for
We'll be
calling.
See ya. Bye.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, I think it's probably time to go because man, that was a good stream. Definitely a good
Great
stream.
stream.
Appreciate both of you guys coming on. Anybody got any questions before we go maybe another 5 minutes and then
We are fucked. Buy cards. No, I'm telling like I keep screaming it because I don't think people realize. And like, look, I think that hobbyist is way smarter than me in all things crypto, right? And I don't think he's wrong in his opinions, right? Like I think all his opinions are right, but I think he came at this from a crypto mining shortage mindset that a lot of other people are coming from. And Max, you know, this is a supply side shortage. This isn't a demand, like, you know,
Right.
the crypto mining was all
Crypto mining
demand.
world was a demand side shortage.
This
They
is-
undershot what the demand was going to be because of Ethereum mining. This is driven by supply side.
And
Like,
it's gonna
they're not
be
going to have the stuff because they're diverting hardware to something else.
it's gonna be so much longer too. Like, look, I really hope one day that I am wrong, right? But I believe that this shortage is gonna be 3 years. And now I'm pulling a number out of my ass, but I'm planning for a 3-year shortage. Like, I heard, and look, you can go follow Red Gaming Tech. This man is way smarter than I am, and he's got way
good.
more.
He's
sources.
definitely good. He's got a interesting delivery, I guess is what I would say. He is definitely like the polar opposite of us being on stream because he is like very calm.
So I
and
think
has,
I'm
like a voice that will put you to sleep.
So I think I'm gonna get him on a live stream with me. I think I can get him on a stream. Him and I are gonna do something together.
That'd be cool.
I'm trying.
I have
He's
all the respect
really-
in the world for him. Don't get me wrong.
No,
It's just you know what I'm talking about. He is
Yeah.
very like soothing.
He's an incredibly. I will say this. He's an incredibly gracious guy, and what he's like on stream is exactly what he's like when you just talk to him. Like incredibly gracious with his time. But I'm telling you, him and other people have said shit. I think that there is a shot that this is like a 3-year shortage.
I don't think it'll be that long.
I hope it's not.
I kind of hope it is, actually.
Well, look, so
Because
here's
I'm
the
stocked. I'm stocked. I'm like, that's the thing. It's like, okay, if there isn't a shortage, I can continue to grow easier. Okay, but so is everybody else. So all these people that might want to start, I don't have to compete with. Now, that would kind of suck because I do like helping people get started and have calls with them and stuff like that. So I do enjoy that. But you know what? From the actual like gatekeeping type of side of things, I could live without it. If this lasts for a longer period of time, I'm okay with it. I really am. It's just,
listen.
again, you have to accept where things are and
This
where you
shortage-
think it's gonna go.
So as a tech tuber that is in a very good position to expand, when there are shortages, these companies give you whatever you want because they need people to buy stuff. Right? Like I will get everything I want. Like, I hate to say this, but there's not a RAM shortage for me. I get RAM for free. I get everything for free. Right? Like, I don't pay for this shit. I am so warped in my value perspective now, it's not even funny. Like, a long-term shortage is fantastic for me.
Right.
I don't want there to be one.
Right. Jay
Like-
Styles just said,
Yeah, everybody says
guy
I'm
is
fucking
falling
crazy.
fruit. He needs his Eagles to win a game and he'll be fine.
No, listen. You know what I need to win a game? Forget about the Eagles. I have a Super Bowl. I have more Super Bowls than any of you fuckers will ever sniff. I need these guys to win a game. I need my college team to win, all right? I didn't go to a D1. Look, I'm going to go on a tangent for 1 second, but I really wish that I went to an SEC school. I really do.
Oh God.
I wish,
No.
buddy, listen, I would be the most obnoxious Alabama fan on the planet. I would
believe
just,
that.
I would be like, you would try to argue with me, and I would hold up my rings. Like Tom Brady never loses an argument unless it's with Giants fans, because he goes, "How many rings you got?" And what are you gonna say? You got more than him?
I'm just saying that from a college perspective, those SEC schools do not hold a candle to pretty much any other conference.
Yeah, I know. We're
Big
talking
Ten.
sports. We're not talking education. I won the education war. But hold on.
They are universities, and education does matter.
Yeah, and DeVry's a university.
No,
It's a university. Hold on.
He calls
So,
it a university, but I'm talking about state universities.
Crypto MB says, does this shortage only apply to 32 gig 50 series or 16 or everything as well? So here's the problem. There's a twofold issue. So right now, AI is gobbling up all of the 24 gig demand. It's all AI. That's what's causing the shortage on that end. What's going to cause the shortage and everything else is that there's just going to be no supply of VRAM, and it's going to cause everything to be more expensive. And why the fuck would you make a 5060 Ti 8 gig when you could take that RAM and put that into a 5090 or an A6, that whatever the cards are called, right? So that's where the shortages are going to come from. And
well, it's not only that, is that they will divert production
to non-GPUs.
So, well, yeah, to other types of memory and things like that. But yeah, I mean, if you think about it, most of the AI data centers, I'm pretty sure they're using HBM memory. They're not using GDDR7.
But it doesn't matter because it's all on the same production lines.
Well, that's my point. That's what I'm saying, is they'll divert production. They'll divert production.
So people are trying to like maybe I need to articulate it better, and maybe I need to do that, and that's probably a good content piece. But like, and everybody kind of is like, some people are like, you're screaming wolf, and I'm like, I'm not. Like, the end is here. Now, how long is that end gonna last? We don't know. I heard a rumor that was actually kind of encouraging, that these companies are gonna ramp up 8 to 16x. But even if they do, the interesting thing is
they can't just snap their fingers.
No. But say they could, and say they could ramp up. Like, play this game with me. How much of that does OpenAI and the big AI firms, how much of that do they buy?
Well, I hear what you're saying. If they ramped up that much, there would be enough to go around.
But that's like, and I hope there would be, right? But like, look, we all know economics, and this is going to settle somewhere, right? But I was talking to someone about this from my Discord who also has some sources and shit, and I said that I think VRAM and RAM and whatever will be priced like oil. I think we're going to come to a world where it's going to be spot market forever.
Well, here's the other part. You don't know if AI is going to finally stop this roundabout of money and basically the bubble will burst.
But even if it does burst, right? So a bubble, right? Like I tell people, I had this discussion about the housing market. A bubble is technically 25% or more is the official Webster's definition of a bubble.
Right.
So let's say AI crashes 50%. All right.
Hang on. You're missing the point of a bubble. Okay. The tech bubble, specifically the telecom bubble of 2001. Do your research on that. Okay.
I remember that.
Yeah, because everybody was building out fiber. Like, oh, we're going to use all this capacity. And then they went, oh shit. No, we're not. Because they had invented DWDM. So now you had all this fiber in the ground that now you could get 16, 32, at that point, 32 times. Now you can get even more capacity in that same piece of fiber. And they went, oh shit, technology is telling us we don't need this much fiber. And they stopped building out a lot of stuff. And it basically, again, same thing with AI. What happens, again, we had this with DeepSeek. When it came out, like, hey, what happens when they come out with something that doesn't need as much processing power, as much VRAM, all of these things? What happens when that comes out, when there's technology that catches up, and then they're like, oh, wait a minute, RAM. And then again, what happens if they get compression, other things involved? Yeah. So I'm just saying, technology has a tendency to catch up, and we could end up in a bubble where they go, you know what? We're not building out anymore.
Yeah, but okay,
plenty of build out.
So say that happens, right? We're still at least a year and a half away from that.
Maybe not.
And I think, and I did hear something where there's like some new kind of RAM technology that I don't know anything about, and it was just a rumor that like maybe it'll speed up the development of that, and it'll change the way the market works. Kind of like
I don't know anything about that, but technology has a tendency to catch up, where it can change the game.
Yeah,
And that's what happened in 2000. That's partially what happened in 2001.
but that doesn't make RAM. But that doesn't make everything we have worthless.
No, it didn't make everything we had worthless back then. It just immediately stopped. Think of it this way. If we basically say, okay, we have enough, all of the suppliers, now all of a sudden their earnings go to like nothing. I believe me, I lived this.
No, I get it.
I was working for Telebs back then.
But do you think so here's the counterpoint. Do you think that people who still remember that, like people like you who are in position of power, do you think people who remember that will be the reason this lasts longer because they won't ramp up production? They'll be like, why would we ramp up production if we're making a fuck ton of money?
We repeat history all the time. Yeah,
but
like right now with tariffs, we're basically back in the 30s.
Well, we don't need to get political. I'm
not getting political. I'm just saying history repeats itself.
But that's stupidity. That's not knowledge. Let's forget about stupidity, right? What I'm trying to tell, we don't disagree on this. It's stupid.
I know.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, what if these companies, because you're already hearing rumors, for every one rumor you have of ramping up production, you have rumors of people saying they're not ramping up production because everything's sold in 2016 or 2026. Why would we when we're already making boatloads of fucking money? We're just going to keep raising the price and raising our margins. Why would we invest to make more?
Because of the almighty dollar.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if they can just raise like
wait, no, hang on. This is I'll go to a very basic thing. You know, I was in the bicycle market, okay, or in the bicycle business. So same thing happened. Bicycle business is extremely cyclical. And every year where there's huge demand in bicycles, all the dealers go, why didn't you guys make more? I could have made a lot more money. It's because you're asking a guy to have a crystal ball to predict what the demand is going to be a year and a half out, because that's how long it takes till that final product comes to fruition. Well, same thing with this. So we're saying, okay, look, we don't have enough, so we want you guys to ramp up.
But what if they don't want to?
It's okay, but the question is, why wouldn't they want to? The only reason why they wouldn't want to is if they're questioning how long this increase in demand is going to last. They're questioning whether or not there's going to be a bubble. Will there eventually be an end? Because there's industry after industry after industry that sees huge amount of growth, and the market tries to chase that growth until all of a sudden they're like, wait a minute, we've got too much. And then all of a sudden these guys are stuck with all this production.
Yeah, but
I don't know what the hell to do with.
But here's
and
the
then
thing.
You have this huge crash, and you've lost. So their thinking is, am I too late?
But it's a three company monopoly. This isn't like people can just go out and make RAM. So literally, right, all it takes is the CEOs of Samsung, Micron, and Hynix to get in a room, because I bet you they're talking, and they go, we have a unique position, okay, where we control this fucking market. We control the demand, and it's through the roof. What if we all agree basically to fucking collude, because there's nothing any government in the world could do about this if they decide this, right? And if they just say, we hold firm, we don't make more, and we just raise the fucking prices through the roof because there's no risk to them. They're going to make more money, and they're not going to risk a bubble because they create the fucking market. There's no company, like, there's no other RAM upstart company that's going to go, well, let's just raise it and lower the prices for everybody. This is a fucking monopoly. All they have to do is agree. I'm not saying it's happening, and I'm not saying I know anything, but just think about it. Why would you create risk?
That's not necessarily true, but I think that's a little bit oversimplistic in the fact that even if let's just say they're not doing that, they still could be making the decision to not increase capacity because they're like, we don't have any forecasts that show that this is going to be on an elongated cycle where we go to build something that will finally be available a year from now, but what is demand going to be like?
Well, so I said this in response to Chef Lob's comment where he said there isn't just one company doing it, and then like how the Chinese will make their own stuff, GPU, RAM. It doesn't work like that. Foundries are incredibly hard to develop, to build, and like you can literally only put foundries on certain parts of the world. Like,
yeah, but RAM, I'm that's the one thing I can't say for sure. Like microprocessors, agreed. Not everybody can make it, but RAM, on the other hand, I'm not sure how specialized that is. Obviously, capacitors, resistors, inductors, you know, all the basic components that you get on boards, that stuff's easy to make,
yeah,
and relatively easy to scale up. But again, it's kind of a dime a dozen. They can scale up and down with that within probably 18 months. RAM, I'm not so sure.
So Max, one thing somebody told me was, you know, those companies like Apple and Sony who can sign long-term contracts with these RAM and get sweetheart deals and like keep their prices artificially low. Somebody told me if you see the prices of iPhones and PS5s rise, or like any of those kind of products, then you know we're really fucked, because then you know Micron, Samsung, and Hynix said fuck you to those sweetheart deals. We don't need them anymore. And if they turn down those guaranteed supply for sweetheart deals, then you know we're fucked.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go into AI on this, and I want to see what it says.
Oh my god, you're like my fucking dad. AI is so good.
Well, Claude is awesome. I'm sorry, it is.
Such a boomer. I mean, you are a boomer, but
Dude, if you are not embracing AI, I am not the boomer. I can tell you that.
I'm not embracing it. I just don't use it for everything.
I don't use it for everything. This is the first thing I used it for on the whole stream.
That's fair. No, but like reading the comments, it is interesting, and I get that I definitely sound gloom and doomy, but I'm just telling you from what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, and at least in the short term, and when I say short term, I mean like the next year, we are fucked. And will it last longer? I don't know. But if you guys remember, that 2 years for the crypto market was rough. And we're in a unique position where, unlike back then, we have the knowledge. The brands are telling us, AMD, Power Color, you have brands literally telling us in 3 months there will be, or 2 months, there will be a price increase. So like you, and every brand that can raise their prices and use AI as an excuse is going to do it. Like, you'd be foolish if you think anybody's going to be noble about it. Hell, let me show you this. Back here, I have 2 PCs that I'm packing up. Those are the last 2 PCs I'm selling for cheap. The parts that I bought at the same time as those, I'm jacking the prices up because I need the extra revenue to buy new parts that cost more.
Right.
Like, I'm not even being like, I said those last 2 were the ones I'm selling for cheap. I'm taking the profits, because why would I not take those profits? If I don't do it and I sell them cheap, someone's just going to buy them and resell them. So like I'm just telling you that, like, I think we're fucked.
Okay.
Sorry,
So interesting. Okay. So expansion plans. SK Hynix plans to increase DRAM production by more than 8 times.
I heard that
2026.
story. That's where I brought that
Expanding
up.
from 20,000 to 140,000 units per month at its Ishian campus, wherever that is. However, this massive expansion still won't fully address shortages, because OpenAI's Stargate project alone is expected to utilize 900,000 DRAM wafers per month, accounting for at least 40% of total supply at current levels. Samsung and Micron are also rapidly expanding, but AI applications for HBM and GDDR7 are consuming most new capacity. Global RAM capacity was forecast to grow from 1.5 million units monthly in 2023 to 1.9 million in 2025. But obviously it's going up more than that.
So Max, Hynix has a at CES they give an investor meeting every year. The last 2 years I tried to get myself in. Now I don't think I'm going to get in, but I'm literally going to stand next to the door of that meeting and I'm going to try to listen, because it's literally like they have it as public, but it's actually like they won't let you in. And right. If I can listen to it, I'm telling you right now, they're going to tell everybody that like we just can't keep up.
So this is what's interesting though, because it does say manufacturers are prioritizing HBM and GDDR7, which could mean, but it says 4 AI accelerators. over standard DDR4 and DDR5.
Which is
so-
really even worse.
Well, no, I get that, but GDDR7 obviously is what goes into the consumer graphics cards.
Not all of
That's-
them.
Well,
NVIDIA's
not all of them. All
AMD's
all the
6.
NVIDIA ones do.
AMD's 6.
Yeah.
Do you think actually I wanted to ask you, do you think companies will actually try to ramp up DDR4 and GDR6 memory again? Or do you think it doesn't matter because you can only make so much?
It depends on whether or not those nodes are still there and unused. If they're unused, yeah, then you might as well put them online. It's definitely
Right.
possible.
Well, I mean, does it take I mean, do those nodes use the same fabs facilities as the newer nodes? Could they like technically unmothball them and like set up a new production line for them?
Again, I don't know if they still have them. Typically, when you have the last node of a particular technology, it's still manufacturing. It's just manufacturing it for a different market. If you think about like cars, for instance, autos. I mean, shoot, they were still on like was it 23 nanometer technology as of like 5 years ago, when everything else was going down to like 7 or 8. So they were using. That's why a lot of the silicon going in automobiles, again, size and amount of processing wasn't as critical, but you know, they're always going to be a step behind. So there's always markets for things that are older technology. Yeah, in this particular case, I don't know. I mean, who's gonna, if you're buying an NVIDIA card, why would you want to, what are they gonna do, 50/50s with GDDR6?
Because it's the only thing you can get.
Well, I get it, but you think that's what NVIDIA would do?
So all I'm gonna say is, as the tech tubing side, I'm not talking about my AI channel. I'm having to run tests that 6 months ago people would be like, why the fuck do you want to? Nobody wants to see that. And it's like the way it's going, like the new reality of the situation we're in. We can either sit here and bitch about it, or we can figure out ways to adapt. And I'm talking from a PC building as a PC gamer mindset, right? And you're having to get creative. So like if you're a manufacturer, right? Like I think you're gonna see Intel stock go through the roof because Intel has DDR4 motherboards with their newest with 1 generation old CPUs.
Right.
I think like I don't know. I don't even know if this is possible, but could you see a DDR4 AM5? Now I don't think that's possible.
No.
But I think you're going to see Intel.
DDR4 and DDR5 are not it's not a DDR4 versus DDR5. It just isn't.
It might be
that they are basically prioritizing everything else over DDR4 and DDR5.
But what I'm trying to say is if you could get DDR4 nodes up and they don't compete with DDR5, like if you could just manufacture, like you have your line that all the AI farms want, and then you could just take a more inefficient one and put it at the same level. I don't even know if it's possible.
Wait, you're assuming that GDDR7 and HBM run the same node as DDR5, and I don't think it does.
I'm telling you that I'm just spitballing. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you
they're
that
on different nodes. I don't think they're the same.
But I'm telling you that there's so much unused supply of DDR4 that if you were gonna, all you need is one third-party company to start building more motherboards, Intel DDR4 motherboards, right? And maybe you see gamers start going back to that because it's the only thing you can afford.
It's possible.
Like, think about how stupid shit got back in the day with the fucking crypto shortage. Think about what people were using laptop GPUs on desktop.
I remember. I definitely think, I mean, basically they're saying here, so the other part of it that I didn't get to was there's also critical manufacturing equipment that's in limited supply. I forget the name of the company that's in like it's either in Norway, Sweden, or Finland. It's up in that region. They make the lithography equipment that's critical to all new
Sweden, Norway, and the Dutch. There's like a huge bottleneck, and it's one of the reasons China will never catch up because the US and the EU are basically like, you can't sell to China.
Right, exactly.
So like people say China's going to catch up. They're not, because there's two bottlenecks. There's like the TMSC Intel shit, and then there's that thing up in Norway.
Well, TSMC, because they have the lithography equipment, and TSMC, that means they're locked into that technology.
Yeah, but what
So,
I'm
yeah.
but also literally, like, not to get political, but there's literally, we will bomb TMSC if Taiwan gets invaded. Like, we will not let that get in the hands of the Chinese. Like, they have self-destruct buttons on their foundries.
Mm-hmm.
So look, I'm not trying to be political, but literally the only reason China hasn't invaded is because we will defend it. And I hate to say this, but the only reason we will defend that island is TMSC.
Yeah. If you want to talk about the fact that we defended Kuwait because it was a little country that got taken over, and I'm not going to get totally political about that, but you understand the history of the Middle East, Iraq actually had a case for why Kuwait was a country that was made from World War II. It was actually part of Iraq.
Yeah, I get it.
Bottom line is that we went in there to defend their oil and our positioning of oil in that country. So we defended for oil. This is like 100 times more important to defend than oil.
And like TMSC is walking this very dangerous political tightrope because we're forcing them to go more into the US, but at the same point they're losing their leverage. Because like if we ever get chip dependent, like if we ever get chip independence, yeah, then they're fucked. Like it's this
it may be, but
I'm oversimplifying it.
I don't know. That it would be a conundrum, that's for sure. To say, like, well, we have what we need here, and we don't need to defend that now because they will just, basically self-destruct if China does that. And now, guess what? That just benefits us. But China should know that. That's like mutual assured destruction.
No, but so like that. Look, I really and I'm not an expert, and I don't claim to be one. This is
I'm not either.
Guys debating on YouTube, but I really believe TMSC is the only reason Taiwan is independent.
Yes, ASML. That's the name of the company. Thank you.
Panda, what up? But that's the thing, and like that's why the Netherlands thing we were talking about is why China will never catch up unless they develop some competing thing, which they could do. But like we have the whole industry fucking bottlenecked. And then hey, here's Pokemon Boy over here. Panda, how's Pokemon going? What is more successful, Pokemon or 170HXs?
Well, I was actually going to call Red Panda a liar because he said on his stream, he's like, yeah, I said, hey, I'll see you on the stream, in the chat on the stream tonight. He's like, yep, definitely. And we almost shut it down before he get here.
To be fair, this is like, dude, I'm tired, but this is a conversation that's good enough to keep me from filming my YouTube content. Like this is good quality stuff.
No, that's fine, Red Panda. This is a holiday week. Everybody's gonna have a weird schedule. Like, hey, like Friday, Rabbit's like, hey, you want to come on stream? I'm like, no, sorry, dude, we're going out to lunch with friends. I mean, usually on like what would normally be like a Saturday, yeah, I'd be sitting at home, but we were doing things on a holiday weekend. So yeah, everybody's got stuff going on. So.
The only reason you have me on stream is because my daughter has a fever. I was supposed to be at the beach. I left my parents' house a day early because my daughter was sick, and like I wouldn't have been able to stream there because I would have been in my parents' living room, and like that's why you have me. And I didn't realize it was Saturday. Like I'm so fucking confused on what day it is because I've been off since Wednesday. So like,
where you leaving to, Panda, on December 20th?
Also,
trying to remember if he's going to Japan or Vietnam. It's one of the two, I bet.
Oh yeah, he goes overseas. Oh dude, Max, you know what's crazy? I was talking to my wife about this. We were talking about our logistics. Do you realize we leave for CES like 2 days after New Year's?
Yeah.
Like I didn't even realize that.
It's a couple of days. It's not 2 days. I mean, we leave on the
3rd.
4th. Well, 4th.
No, the 3rd.
What are you leaving on Friday?
No, we leave on Saturday. I lied.
Oh, we leave on Saturday. Okay, yeah, that's right. So you're
New Year's is on. But New Year's is on fucking. New Year's is on.
The 5th is Monday. I know that.
Yeah, I leave on the 3rd.
Okay. Yeah, I was probably gonna leave.
No, Sunday the 4th. The 4th. Sorry, the 4th. You're right. The 4th.
Yeah,
like,
you're leaving Sunday, right? Or you're
yeah,
leaving
but you got to
Saturday?
understand that New Year's is on like the New Year's Day is on Thursday. We leave on Sunday.
Yeah,
Like that's like holy shit.
yeah, it isn't far.
I have a wedding New Year's Eve too.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool. It's fun people, so I'm okay with it. It wasn't like
Yeah, no, that's actually a really kind of fun thing to do.
And we don't do anything on New Year's Eve anymore. Like I used to be a big New Year's guy, and
God, I have had so few good New Year's Eves. I just gave up.
my last New Year's as a single person, they could make a movie like The Hangover about it. When we get to CES after a few beers, ask me to tell you about my last New Year's as a single man, and I have evidence of it, or you wouldn't believe it.
I'll tell you what, for a couple of years, I drove every year for Uber on New Year's Eve, and it was a blast. It was a blast.
You probably saw a lot.
Oh yeah. So you make a good buck. Usually made what normally you'd make like a little over 100. You were making easily $300 to $400 in that period of time, and obviously right around midnight, you were killing it at that point, unless you got stuck. Like there was one year I got stuck in Bufu. Like I picked up a ride at like 11:10, and it took me out into the suburbs, and I'm like, oh, what the hell are you?
Why'd you agree to it?
Because back then you weren't really allowed to. You can get like taken off the platform and things like that. Now they can't do that anymore. You couldn't even tell where it was taking you until you actually picked the person up.
So I live so close to all the bars that I go to and all that stuff. If it's like pouring down rain, I can't call an Uber because I'm so close. So like I have to walk, and it's like if I think there's any hint of rain, I'm not going out anymore. I'm staying home. So, but I don't know, Max. I will say this. I think we'll get a better picture of how screwed we are at CES, because that's where people talk who actually know what they're doing and have projections. And so like I think we're all speculating, but like, and look, we could all be wrong. I don't think we're wrong. I'm planning on being right.
Like I said, I'm trying to, it is what it is. We cannot control it. And
well,
therefore you need to take, yeah, exactly. You need to plan for it. You need to be prepared. Like, okay, what does this mean for what we're trying to do here? And for me, I'm like, okay, that's cool. I've pretty much have everything I need. I need to get one more power supply and a ribbon cable, and then I've got everything that I have deployed. Now, what's interesting is I have 3060s that I could sell that right now I ain't going to sell.
Why? Sell them and buy into 5060 Ti 16 gigs.
I could, or I could wait for them to go up in value.
They're not. Look, I really believe that when like they could go up. So like, let's just say they go up 30% in value, right? That's like $60.
True.
So like they will go up, but then a $360 to $400 5060 Ti 16 gig is going to cost like $600 because of the RAM shortage. So like people who are waiting, like I'm holding 3060 Ti's right now, right? But I'm just holding them to put into systems that I can inflate the price on. And like, I don't expect them to go up that much. I'm just holding them for content. Like, you
want to buy some 3060s?
No, I paid $35 for these 3060 Ti's.
Oh, are these ones that were supposedly broken?
Yeah, I have 7 of them. $30 for those. I don't give a shit when I sell those. I'm just holding them because I don't care.
Wait a minute. So that I know that you put out a video on this. Why did people think these were broken?
So it was a miner who ran a few tests and they didn't boot. And that's like Christmas. That's like candy on Christmas morning. So I offered him an offer. I paid $1,200. I paid $800 for 17 broken GPUs, and 7 of them worked. I sold 6 of them for $1,200, and 2 of those actually worked. I didn't give a shit. Like I tested them. It's just that like somebody like resoldered ports, and it wasn't worth my time to do, right? But like, I made so much money on those. I haven't even sold half I still have 7 working 3060 Ti's and 1 working 3080, and I'm up $500 on that order already.
Wow.
Like, but all I'm saying is sell them now for $200. If you can convert 3 to 2, you're stupid for not doing it.
Yeah.
because
problem is I don't have anywhere to put them right now. But even so,
who cares? Buy them and sit on them.
Yeah, true.
Look, dude, I'm buying a bunch of 3070s. I'm buying a bunch of GPUs. I don't have anywhere to do with them. I'm just sitting on them because there's no way I lose money on them. Worst case, I break even and I wasted some fucking time. You need to just sell them. Like, look, if you waited for the supers that aren't coming, you'd been fucked.
I know, that still bugs me because I was so looking forward to this.
Dude, the look in your eyes, when I killed your vibe, and then the worst part is you were like, God damn it, that motherfucker might know something that I don't know. And then it sank in, and then you're like, shit. And then you were like, all right, I'm gonna just, maybe he's right. I'm gonna buy one or two. And then all the news started flooding out, and you're like, oh fuck, he's right.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks for like just killing my soul.
but saving you money in the process.
True.
By pivoting to those 5090s.
True.
I'm telling you, you should be buying. Look, I don't want to expand my AI farm. I got 116 gig for content, and I'm good, right? But you actually want to make money.
I don't have room to expand anymore.
Who cares? You just sell them later.
I know, and I could actually. I thought about actually, like, when I get the 5090. I want to see if a 5090 on an i7 is basically Gen 7 i7
7700.
Yeah, 7700, and see if that will get rented on Salad with just 32 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, the guy told me, our mutual Salad friend told me that only thing that matters is core count. But they only have 4 cores, so...
They only have 4 cores. And I know that has run into problems in the past. When he said it only should take 4 cores, but there was a customer that wasn't testing for core count, but they wanted 8. And therefore, you would continually, like, re-download the job over and over
that happened
and
to me
over again.
something.
Yeah, that was really annoying. They either shut that client off or they shut them off until they fixed it. It was one of the two.
But you know, the interesting thing is a lot of those guys are mining, so it's interesting to hear like someone like Hobby is saying it's dead, and he's not wrong, but like yet a lot of these AI jobs are being used to mine off.
Yeah, I mean my Salad, I have 3 Salad rigs. One of them's gonna get changed into 2 5060 Ti's here shortly, but yeah, I've got two 3060s and one 3060 Ti on it.
So Galaxy Synthesis said he kind of wants to try memory modding some 3070s. I met a repair guy who's now my private repair guy, which is incredible to have, by the way. He's sending me a 20 gig 3080 to play with. It's coming on Monday.
Nice.
And it actually got the BIOS to work. It works on gaming drivers. It uses a non-LHR 3080 core on a 3090 Ti board.
Okay.
Or something like that. Anyway, I kind of wanted to try it for memory, but obviously no one's going to rent out a 20 gig 3080 because they don't exist. Like to rental, I mean. But it will be interesting just to see how it works. So,
catching up on chat here.
No, you're good. I've been doing your chat job for you.
Okay, well, thanks.
Yeah, we're doing a stream on my channel next, buddy. One day we're doing one on mine.
We can do one on yours. Different night though. Different night.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You are the new Saturday Night Live.
I haven't changed the name back to that, but I mean nobody else is doing it anymore.
Yeah, you might just be better leaving it for the voltage drop. You could do Saturday Night Live, but
yeah, I don't know. I'd been debating, but
it depends how much you want to play with fire. I don't think you're gonna get burned, but you know.
Well, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, Jump Change is the owner of that.
You did kill SNL because I jumped ship and died after that.
I just decided I wanted to do Saturday nights. I did it at 8 p.m. The other one was always scheduled for 8:45. So
listen, I went to the one.
We could have coexisted because they didn't talk about the same things, and
that's why I went here.
Yeah, well, exactly, and that's why I was kind of hoping I'd be able to get Goat to come over here, to come on because I love talking home lab stuff with him. And that's kind of with a lot of the things that are going, there's one thing to have your AI rigs running. It's another thing to figure out the tools you need in order to be able to manage it properly and manage it easily.
I need your help.
I get it. I mean, I was helping hobbyists basically figure out, what would I get if I was doing it. And so I helped him kind of like, hey, this is the router I would get. And so he went with the Cloud Gateway Fiber, I think is what it's called.
I need to message Swamp 7 now.
Yeah, I mean, I see what he's got. If he's got a Dream Machine,
give me his dude. And also, I need storage. This is where my YouTube videos are getting stored right now. This thing that Kingston sent over.
You need a NAS, dude.
I'm trying to get. So listen, here's the deal. If I don't get sponsored drives by CES, I'm just buying them. I'm just sucking it up and buying drives. Because I think
drives are relatively cheap now. That's not something that's gone up in price when you're talking about spinning drives.
Well, no, but here's the thing. Kingston doesn't have spinning drives, but I think they're going to sponsor me to do a raid. What's the one where you put 4 together and you only get 3?
I see. I don't
know
what the name of it is.
But
I just build the pool.
They were going to send me a bunch of 4 terabyte NVMe's, and while I know they don't last as long, free is cheaper than spinning.
Well, yeah, it is. It definitely is.
And they'll last long enough, honestly.
And 12 terabytes is still a pretty decent amount, depending on how many.
I don't need. Dude, you know how long it's going to take me to fill up 12 terabytes?
You'd be surprised it doesn't take that long.
Okay, so hopefully the idea is by the time I fill that up, I'll be able to message like Western Digital and be like, send me 100 terabytes of storage.
So here's the thing. So right now actually I was just gonna pull it up. Let me see how much I am using currently. Give me a second. I'm logging into my Unraid server. So right now I am using 8.73 terabytes of data, but the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do image, which is basically where you basically ditch Google and you basically have all your photos on image. You do not have any photos on Google. So I rely on Google.
So when I get my network up properly, right after I bother you and I get the hardware I need, I am literally going to set up my own cloud. I'm going to get off Google Cloud. I want to get off. Like, I don't pay for any of that.
You're turning into a home labber, man. You just don't know it yet.
So no, listen. I just want to get everything off of the cloud. I want to control my own cloud.
I get it, but this is what you are doing. What you're talking about right now is exactly what every home labber talks about. Like, I need a NAS. I need to get off.
Yeah, but I'm not going to spend a ton of money on it. Like, I know what I need.
I need to get a good network. These are all the basics. Do me a favor. Do a search on the first things you get when you are a home labber, or what are my favorite apps to use, and you're going to see everything you're talking about. You're gonna be like, yep, that one.
But I already have my own server. I have a server and I use it for a lot of shit. It just probably could be set up better.
What do you have for a server? Like, what do you put on the server, and what app? Is this a Windows server? No, that's not a server.
I have a bunch of drives that I save a bunch of shit and I can access it from wherever I want.
That does not mean it's a server. That means it's a computer that you can access from anywhere. It
has 9 drives in it. Look, I didn't say it was good. I said it worked.
Yeah, and what happens when one of those drives goes bad?
I'm fucked because none of them are rated.
Yeah, it's not.
And they're all used.
It's a computer with a bunch of drives. It's a JBOD, basically, is what it is.
But anyway, I'm telling you.
Hang on a second. Do you know what a JBOD stands for?
No.
Just bunch of disks. I swear to God. I was like, I hear all these people like talking about JBODs. I'm like, what the fuck is a JBOD? No, like, oh yeah, just a bunch of disks.
So to be fair, the content that I need, I have one set of RAID 1 drives that has a remote backup, and that has all the shit I need. Everything else that I lose, I don't care if the drive fails. Okay. All right. So but I need to set up a proper one, and then I'm going to set up a proper backup. Like, I'm going to do all of that properly, but I just need to get my studio done, and then I want to redo my network, and then I'm going to have a proper server, but one at a time.
Here's the thing. Dream Tanks TV subscribe. Thank you very much for subscribing. I do appreciate it. So what you need to decide is, do you want to build a server NAS, or do you just want to buy it and use the operating system as is?
I want the free thing.
Okay, well, again, need to kind of do some. Well, I mean, maybe you could swing it where, hey, maybe you will be able to get somebody to sponsor you.
Listen, I am in this,
but you kind of need, I think, to do some home lab type of content, and I have done that, and that's why
I just need
I
drives.
got one company to approach me, but
I just need drives. So like, all right, I have.
what do you mean you just need
unique
drives? What's the NAS provider that's giving you a NAS?
I'll just use I'll build a computer out of free parts.
Okay, well, okay, yes, you can do that, but then you have to completely deploy Linux. So I'm just saying, it's
Look,
more involved by doing that.
I'm super transparent, and whether that's a good thing or bad thing is up for debate. I think it's a good thing. I'm in this weird, unique position where I punch way above my level in terms of tech tubing. I can get whatever I'm building a new computer based off of a 5080.
No, it's not about the computer.
No, but
it's
it
about
is.
It's about loading the software.
But that doesn't. But I can figure out how to load any software. I'm not worried about that.
Okay,
I'm worried
sure.
about acquiring the hardware. So like, if I can get everything for free, then I'm doing it, and I will show people like, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is why I did it.
So then
And
the
my
next
camera
question
died.
is, yes, your camera died. Then the next question is, what are you going to use? You're going to use Unraid? You're going to use TrueNAS? You're going to use HexOS? What are you going to use for your NAS virtualization platform?
Windows? I'm kidding. I don't know. I gotta do the research, but what I'm saying is the first thing I'm waiting on is the drives, and that determines everything from there.
Do me a favor, have a conversation with Goat.
I already have. I bothered the shit out of him 100
And what did he
times.
say? He said, just buy a NAS.
No, he said, do what's the cheapest. In your unique situation.
Interesting. Okay, fair enough.
Because
I
like,
wouldn't have been what I thought he was going to say. Because everybody was bugging me. Just buy Synology. Just be done with it. Don't waste your time.
no, but you
I'm
gotta,
like, no,
you
I
gotta
wanna learn
understand
something.
that you gotta understand that there is no wasted time because I can leverage it all into content.
Well, that's why I looked at it too. So like, yeah, now on my Unraid server, I have a Flux node, a GeoCore node. I have a vast rig basically running on it. I've got Guacamole running on it.
I've got cilantro, cheddar cheese.
What else do I have running on this thing?
I don't know what any of that. I don't know what guacamole. You lost me at guacamole.
Ducati, so I've got backups going to my backup NAS. I've got Home Assistant. I do have N8N installed, although I haven't figured out how to work that yet.
So my angle is I'm the guy that doesn't know what 3/4 of that shit is. I know what I need my backup for, and I'm gonna set it up to make it work. That's my
Duplicati is so like and we've talked about this. I use Veeam to basically back up our computers to the NAS. So that's done. Then I take Duplicati to back up one Unraid, all my different shares in Unraid to the backup NAS, which has like 15 terabytes of data or 15 terabytes of storage. So yeah, anyway, but I'm just telling you, you are heading down the road of becoming a home labber.
I'm not listen, I ain't fighting with it, and if I can make money and get it for free, I'm good. And no, my camera died because we've been on long and it's hot, and I don't want to.
We're not going on 4 hours. I haven't done a 4-hour stream unless I'm doing a fundraiser. So
listen, I'm entertained. I mean, I'm gonna go in a minute because I wanna finish this video I'm streaming, and I gotta pack some PCs up. But it's good, honestly. Like, I think we covered a lot of you covered a lot of topics. I feel like I ended up moderating, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, well, actually, you guys were kind of going back and forth for a while I was checking out that RAM and trying to decide whether or not I was going to buy it. So I appreciate you allowing me to take that little break while I figured that out. And I was like, well, this is dumb. Just freaking reserve the goddamn thing, and then you can figure it out later.
Listen, I'm not angry. I'm just animated, and I'm telling you, the sky is falling. And we can see the rocks are starting to hit the fucking ground. Like, say what you want, but it's here. And we're fucked.
So,
on that note-
so actually, I wanted to, that's right. Sorry, Chef Lahib, I had not forgotten about that question until, well, I had forgotten about it, but I didn't mean to answer it before because I wanted to ask. So he basically said that he had 64 gigs of RAM that it was like 400. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling up to where that question was. Where is it? Shoot. You want to just repost it, Chef Lahib?
I'm going after you answer that question.
Well, I need you to answer that question because I'm not sure. It's an okay deal. It's basically
No, you shouldn't drive 3 hours to buy 64 gigs for $430. Time is money, bro. Listen, you look, Max, help me with this one. The only reason you need 64 gigs of RAM is if you have 700 Chrome tabs.
No. He's building an AI rig. 64 gigs is what you need if you're deploying 5090s.
Well, I'm not going to deploy them off 64 gigs. I'm going to deploy them off 32.
No.
Well, I have enough to do 3 5090s on 64 gigs in random configurations. That's I guess all I'm getting.
Well, I was gonna say you could try to do it on 32 gigs and see if you get anywhere, but I wouldn't. I would go 64. You said you
So I have
anyway.
I have 3. I could do 2 64 gig DDR4s and 1 64 gig DDR5, and that's it.
I think that's the way to go, honestly. I mean, I will say the Threadripper system, that one has 128 gig, and I'm going 3 5090s on that, so it won't be 64 gig per, but it certainly will be more than 32.
Well, I can do it. I have enough RAM. Like, I have enough 32 gig kits of RAM where I can just run 4 16 gig sticks to make 64. And then I have a 64 gig kit that I never sold. So I can make, and then I have enough DDR5 where I could just take 2 32s and put them together.
Yeah.
So I have enough to.
Sorry, I was going to answer this question. Can you run 5090 on DDR4? Yes, absolutely. I mean, it'll be a PCIe. Most likely, it will be a PCIe 4 system if it's running on DDR4. Well, it definitely will be now that I think
What's the
about
problem? Does that matter?
Well, I mean, you're thinking about could you at PCIe 4 by 16 lanes, could you saturate it with a 5090? If you were able to, and if I remember correctly, Jay's 2 Cents did a video where he tried to saturate the lanes. And I believe that like you lose like 2% performance on a 5090 if you do PCIe 4 versus 5. So, but it is so minimal, it doesn't really affect anything.
So does it matter what I put my 5090s on, 4 or 5, as long as I get the RAM and the core count?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
I guess
so
we'll
he
find
said
out.
he
Look,
heard that it was like 18 to 24%. No, I don't think so. I don't think
listen,
so. But I would go back and look. I know that in fact it just came up on my feed again. But yeah, Jay's 2 Cents did a video on that earlier this year. So I would go back and reference that.
So I have 64 gigs in my gaming computer, and I could probably get a 48 gig kit sent out to me. So maybe I'll just downgrade and add another one. All right, Max, I gotta go. It's 1 o'clock. Thank you for having me.
No problem. I'm going to answer this. I'm going to see if I can find some information on this. But hey, thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. And I'm going to answer this one last question, and then I'm going to go.
Hey, Max, will you, before you go, send me a message on that stuff we were talking about earlier? Because I may be interested in going in on you with some of that.
I will try to remember. If you don't see it by the time you wake up tomorrow, shoot me a DM back and I'll do it.
Peace out. You're the best. Late.
All right. See ya. Alrighty, guys. Let me just check this one thing. I'm going to check it up in, so RTX 5090 on PCIe 4.0 X16. How much performance does it lose versus PCIe 5.0 X16? Let's see what it says. Let's see what Claude says. Searching. It's searching. Okay, so I have the same information that Claude does. So what it says is good news. RTX 5090 loses virtually no performance on PCIe 4.0 x16 compared to PCIe 5.0 x16. Multiple independent tests show only about a 1% performance difference between the two in gaming scenarios. This holds true across different resolutions. Even PCIe 3.0 by 16 only results in about a 1 to 4% performance loss, which is surprisingly minimal. Now they said in gaming loads. What about AI or machine learning GPU tasks? Let's see what it says here. Okay, so for AI and machine learning tasks, the picture is a bit more nuanced than gaming. LLMs performance shows a modest 2 to 4% improvement, going from 4 to 5. Most LLM inference is primarily limited to VRAM bandwidth rather than PCIe bandwidth, which is true. That was actually stated in Digital Spaceport's video earlier. Content creation and 3D rendering. This is where PCIe bandwidth can make a more significant impact. Let's see if it actually gives. Professional applications, particularly video editing, can see notable performance differences, though large language model AI workloads remain largely unaffected. I'm looking. Let's see. So, what is the performance hit for 3D rendering and content creation tasks? Because it didn't give me a number for that, because I didn't specifically ask for it. So now I'm specifically asking for it. Oh, now they're saying it's essentially 0. So basically, there isn't anything. Yeah, actually, even, obviously PCIe 5 X8 or PCIe 4 X16 is the same. So there's no loss with DaVinci. Blender, there's a 5% difference. Unreal Engine, 7%. Okay, interesting. So this is probably what you were seeing, Chef Lahib, where it does matter. The 25% performance hit you're seeing in headlines refers to severely reduced configurations like PCIe 4 by 4 lanes or PCIe 3.0 by 8, not PCIe 4.0 by 16. When bandwidth dropped to PCIe 4 by 4 or 3 by 8, DaVinci Resolve saw roughly a 24% decrease in increases in render times. So no, it's limited. As long as you're at 4 by 16, you're fine. You're fine. It's not going to matter. So, all right, let's see. See you, Crute. 128 gig is the way. What are we talking about here? Oh, and Max, when you do have time to check out DFO, I don't want you to miss out like you did with Oh, check out DFO. Got it. Who are you saying 128 gig is the way? What's up with Crude's rigs? They look like my first ETH rig builds. 32 gig RAM with 5090 is a bad idea. I totally agree. So I can save $700 on RAM on my next rig. Yeah, no. So going back to what your original thing was, I wouldn't, to drive 3 hours there and 3 hours back to save a little bit of money on RAM. Yeah, probably just better off paying the higher price. Time's money. Time is money. Plus you got all that gas. Yeah, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. The increases in PCIe bandwidth are outpacing the peripherals made to utilize. Exactly. That's exactly true. And again, they eventually catch up, but they're always like 2 generations, 3 generations ahead. So yeah, right now 5090s, we're fine on PCIe for X16. So we're fine. And even X8, there isn't that big of a difference. It's once you get like PCIe 3.0 by 8, which by the way, I do have some things on. Yeah, I do. I have two 5060 Ti's on that, and it's working. It's working fine. But again, they're not 5090s or 5060 Ti's. So, alrighty, guys. Well, wow, this was a really long stream, way longer than I anticipated, but I do appreciate you guys all being here. And as always, no tabs were harmed in the making of this live stream. Have a good one, everybody. Good night.